Hello and welcome everyone to NACE Starleague. Tonight, we're going to take a trip to our friends up north as we see what some of the Canadian universities have to bring. My name, Eric Desirux Poltron. Joining me on the casting desk is Cole, Coco the Dragon Dambly. And Cole, are you ready for a change of scenery?
Yeah, I'm ready to go ahead and hop over to the hat of the United States and check out our brothers up there in Canada. And specifically looking at how dominating some of these teams are bringing. Because I know at the very beginning of sort of the league esports history that it was very much dominated by Canadian collegiate programs that really brought a lot of the amateur scene. So I'm excited to see what they have today.
So one thing that's important to note is that all four teams on tonight's broadcast are U Sports Gaming members. If you were curious about the origin of U Sports Gaming, CSL partnered with U Sports, the national governing body governing sports, university sports in Canada, to create an official designation within NACE Starleague. The top 7 of the top 10 League of Legends junior varsity Northeastern teams from last fall this season were U Sports Gaming schools. Participation has increased every season since the partnership began last January, with over 51% of U Sports Gaming members active in 2021 and 2022 in NACE Starleague. So with that, let's get into the matchups here today, because we do got a bit of a spicy one. Starting off right away, it's going to be the University of Toronto, Mississauga, taking on York University. Following it up will be match number 2, University of Montreal and Ryerson University, both undefeated, doing battle.
Yep, and we're going to be I'm going to be very keen to see how well both University of Montreal and York are going to be performing tonight, because those are the heavy hitters for us as well. And man, oh man, is it a heavy hitting first series of the game, first series of the night as well, because York University is coming in with their lowest ranking of the players, being Diamond 2, and also being the top of the leaderboard as well, having our challenger there in that ADC position. Peter Zezima is going to really make a pretty heavy running for the only 2 members on Mississauga that are actually playing their roles, which is 123 AD and Jelly Knife. So they have to make a pretty strong argument down in that bottom lane for Mississauga to make sure that the rest of the fill and flex positions that are happening up on the upper side of the Rift are going to be able to hold their weight and hold down the onslaught that is against them in York's roster.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're seeing from York. It's very calculated. You can tell all these players are practicing very heavily into their roles and their roles only. On the opposite side of the field, you see a lot more flexibility with Mississauga. They do fill from position to position. It's not as much dedicated as it is what we see from the side of York.
Yeah, and to me that can create sort of a double-edged sword of a discussion, where on the plus side, because they do have those flexible players that can play multiple positions, everyone sort of has a more in-depth and intimate perception of how the responsibilities of each role, how much weight they can actually carry with specific picks, so on and so forth. But that other end of that blade is the fact that, well, you're playing an off role, you might not be 100% comfortable, and even though you do have that knowledge bank of saying, all right, I understand my responsibility and how much I can provide to my team, the application of that knowledge is going to be where that dividing line is going to really become either the do or die factor going up against York, who again has a very experienced and a very veteran roster. And as we head into the first draft of Game 1 for this best of 3 series, we're already seeing some priorities being taken away here between Mississauga and York.
I'm so disappointed, Coco. The first question I was going to ask you is, do you think the Draven gets through? Do you think Peter is going to be able to play that? It's a prominent champion for him. It's an aggro champ. It's one of the more fun champions to see when it makes its way into the Rift.
Oh yeah, and we don't get to see the Dravens that much either in professional play, because we either see it in the South American regions with BRTT, or we get to see it in LEC every now and then when we had Hansama. But with Hansama here in NA, he hasn't had that privilege to do just yet. But with that all said and done, and with the Jinx also being picked up and taken away on the ban side for this third and final ban for Mississauga, I want to be seeing some priority picks here for this blue 1 option. You've taken a lot of those picks off the field. ADCs are very high priority at the moment. There's still the Aphelios available, there's a Zeri available, and just like that, they're going to go ahead and pick up that hyper carry Zeri and see if they can pair it with a nice Enchanter. And speaking of Enchanters, York already answering in kind.
Yeah, so Zeri picked up from Mississauga, York right away with the Lulu, and they're going to get a good old engager right onto that front line with the J4 locked in for York University.
Yeah, and Lulu is one of those more powerful Enchantresses with the Zeri matchup, so that is not only that steal away, but it is also a bolster that can work fairly well with either that Aphelios or with a Caitlyn, or it can also just sort of be there as a solo top laner, and we can play that smite top and isolate that top end of the Rift to where it forces Mississauga into playing a little bit more of that backward draw, because with York being on red side, they have that counter pick capability, so I want to see York say, let's hold that top lane pick for now and see if our best option is going to be that smite support top side of the map. And a nice answer here from Mississauga as well. You had the Seraphine come in. I'm curious to see if it could possibly be flexed into the mid lane, but it is more of a jelly knife pick, so support is favored there. And then the Graves option as well. I see COI Blood has Graves in his roster for the champions that he can play effectively, though I don't think that it is going to be a Graves tops either. So unfortunate for me, because that would have been a great option for that Lulu to be counteracted into sort of a heavy top carry. With that, Kog'Maw as well.
It does seem like Justin on the side of Mississauga plays more towards... at least he's been diving into the tank junglers of lately. Does have a lot of Camille under his belt, and right away, York, knowing that's on the table for the second part of the draft, going to ban that away.
From here, just sort of the mannerisms of the bans right now is going to be a lot of mid lane bans and potentially those top lane focuses as well, as we saw with York, that Camille being taken away, sort of denying some of those lane pushers. So threatening that fact of saying, hey, even though we have Kog'Maw Lulu, it doesn't mean they're going to be in lane together. Maybe we have something a little bit more safe and something that can sort of tolerate the laning phase more effectively while that Lulu is off on that isolated lane. So I like how York is approaching this draft in the second half. And Mississauga now has to think, all right, well, can we take something off the board that York is sort of looking to prioritize in this red 4 pick after this pick and ban phase is done? And Vex is a good option. It's something that neutralizes that mid lane, can blind very easily, and would be able to also roam around the map again, like with a Jarvan partnered with that, to just like absolutely obliterate this Graves early on before it gets off the ground. I'd be excited to see if York can pick up a good option in that field. I think LeBlanc would be great, Ahri would be awesome, and to this end, it looks like it will be the Corki instead, prioritizing more the objective pressure and hyperscaling as well with the Kog'Maw Corki duo situation for that damage dealing.
That is a lot of damage. Lulu being there will add a layer of protection for those marksmen.
Yeah.
It'll be nice to have. You do have the engage with the J4. What does this really round off with? You do have the counter pick over in the top lane for York University. Next 2 picks coming up for Mississauga. Syndra grabbed up.
Like the Syndra, good basic counter pick and can hold the lane on its own, especially once you get to level 6, you have that kill capability. My only issue for that is that already on Mississauga, there is really just 1 to 2 hard CC options here. There's the Scatter the Weak from Syndra that can stun multiple targets and has some decent range, but then on the other end, it's the the stuns and the roots coming in from the Seraphine, and it looks like with that lock-in, that is, as a matter of fact, locked in with that Nami. I'm a little curious on that end, because that does come out of the blue, and it throws a pretty big wrench into what I thought Mississauga would be looking to have in a sense of a very tanky front line. So I'll be waiting on production if that is a guaranteed answer, and we'll go from there. But with York, York has a good choice, as production has told me that is in fact not a fish, it is a rock. It is Malphite in the top lane.
I just said it. Justin has been playing much more tanks. It's going to give them a form of engage, more crowd control. If they want to go into York and try and lock down a lot of those marksmen that they're going to have in the back line. Response out of York, though, is a good way to find some disengage on the explosive cask, which can get people away from the Kog'Maw, get people away from the Corki, as well as find engages of their own.
And it's a perfect final piece for York's top side as well. It has something that can provide gank pressure for Jarvan to chime in and bully the Malphite if they so choose, because you have some very strong and innate base damage stats and can tear down a Malphite fairly effectively with your magic damage focus and some HP shred that you have in your kit as well. But like you said, Deserix, the fact that you can isolate targets, divide this Wombo combo team that Mississauga has cooked up with a Seraphine, Malphite, and Zeri combination, and be able to really force a more chaotic encounter where it is more based off of the individual's mechanics and the individual's decision making rather than it is the whole concoction of the composition that they had picked up in the draft. So York really playing with a strong end of the pick and ban phase here. So I'll be excited if they can execute it and really throw Mississauga for a wild ride in game one, or if Mississauga is going to be able to find their action and find a place that they can just take over through sheer force of will with a full squad together.
Well, we're going to have to find out. We're going to take a moment to take a quick break as we load onto the Rift. Be sure to stay tuned. More NACE Starleague coming at you. Welcome back, NACE Starleague. Toronto, Mississauga, York, doing battle here today. Interesting framework to see go down as Mississauga, they do feel the worry about going into Peter. They did focus him down on quite a few bans. What do you think the game plan is going to be for Mississauga? Is it going to be focused down into this bot lane, try and stop one of these more star players?
Well, maybe step one at the moment is don't die to this level 1 invade, as they're able to, get some roots onto Aqua Anthony and delete all, but they're going to continue their advance and get some extra vision. At that moment, it's like York might as well just jump in and say, hey, let's just get that vision down, make sure that our journey down here was worth it so we can keep track of where CY Blood is going to start, and then, meander on back to those usual spreads. But there's also this divide here where CY Blood is potentially going to be trying a different cheese. You said that answer about, trying to... how could Mississauga be able to drive a wedge and cause some chaos against York? Well, this might just be it.
Here we go. Blood and Justin coming in on to Aqua. Good chunk of damage. 200 health remains. Flash not burnt yet. Just walking out. Even deliver some damage back using the passive to heal up.
Wow.
A couple more autos coming through. One more auto might be able to finish it off, but not going to use the flash. Able to get another drink, get another heal in. But that's starting off lane with just about 150 HP. Now Blood fighting it out with Delete All, who has level 2 flag and dragged him up into the air and picks up first blood for York University.
And that was a splendid job by Delete All there. He was using the smite to make sure that he got the big chicken, was able to get a couple more so he could level up to level 2, and then from there, it was all doom and gloom for Blood. Could not challenge that level 2 versus level 1 fight. Delete All is able to throw this early jungle counter invasion, really, from Mississauga on its head. And all the meanwhile, Aqua Anthony has not been punished whatsoever, even with that blue buff, or not the blue buff, excuse me, the W start on the Gragas, and then having the biscuits with the Doran's Ring. He's able to go ahead and charge back up to full health and be just fine. Not to mention his wave is going towards him, is going to be crashing on that side, so he's not even going to have to worry about any ganks. He can freeze a wave and force Justin into that awkward point of danger where Delete All could try and gank him. But speaking of ganks, it's actually going to be looking on the bottom side, where York is actually pushed up 132 and Jelly Knife
Level 2
into their turret.
Here we go, looking for the flag and drag, trying to get the double knockup, only landing it onto the support. That's all that's needed to take down Jelly Knife. Peter will grab a kill. Strange execution going off there on the backside. Hades trying to juggle that aggro, but didn't take damage, so not going to cost too much. Tower dive successful coming out of York.
Yeah, and the tower dive not only being successful, but the execution onto Hades, as you just pointed out. Not even a single kill going over, even though a death did occur on the side of York University. Overall, this is just such a clean early game, and it's only been 3.5 minutes here. This is York just absolutely bodying that start off to this first game of the series, and then from here on out, It's really just a game of recovery to a point of stabilization. We're already 1,000 gold in the lead here if you're a York fan, and that is nothing but sunny skies.
And not even done with that side of the map. Delete All instantly comes back, steals the red buff, and they're going for another gank. The duo of Delete All and Hades headed for that bot lane. See that flag and drag come through as it goes after 1, 2, 3 ADC. Makes it look easy. Flashing forward will be Peter, but can't finish off the job. Will get underneath the tower in time to survive. But again, another gank is successful. It might not result in kill, but it's burning summoners.
Yeah, and 132 should have just gone ahead and flashed earlier when that flag and drag came in. You just had to flash out, made sure you had more health in your pool to stay in the lane. Now you immediately have to go straight back to lane. 15 CS to 23 doesn't sound terrible, but if you look at the lane position, Aqua, I didn't even think he had the audacity to do that, but I guess Aqua Anthony just says, you know what, vibe check, and just completely passes it. So catches me off guard entirely, but with the flash too, he gets out A-okay. It is, oh dear, Deserix. This is not looking like a great time if you're a Mississauga fan.
Yeah, this is getting pretty brutal. The bot lane's collapsing, the top lane's collapsing. I mean, you got a CES lead going on in the mid lane as well. Not many places that Blood can really play off of to try and get Mississauga back into this for the early.
Well, and look again where like the lanes are currently posted up at the moment. I was talking about just before that Gragas solo kill in the top side of the map that there was a freeze by Peter and Hades in the bottom lane, so there's no way for Blood on this Graves to try and gank. And same thing goes into that mid lane as well, where that freeze is happening from Dim Heartlight. So all of that being said means that they have no way to actually get any lane priority back into their favor because of how the wave manipulation is occurring. And then their only answers is either to have this Graves power farm and become just an absolute beast within the jungle itself and within the shadows, and then take these objectives where they can. And this is a great answer for Mississauga to say, you know what, our lanes are going downhill. Let's see if we can at least alleviate some pressure, because you're freezing the waves on your side of the map, York, which means we have the technical lane priority. But
he
smited early. Oh dear. This is bad news, Bears.
Oh dear. And
oh jeez.
Keep in mind, Delete All recalled when he started that Drake. He wasn't able to finish it fast enough. Needed to smite to get the health. Now it just gives it away to Delete All.
That is so unfortunate. The fact that that smite had to come in a little bit earlier, and this is where like you had the lane priority to have someone come down and answer. Yeah, they're freezing the waves, but it's whatever if you don't try and help out and try and provide more resources. And the resources are just being spent here by CY Blood.
Oh, he's living true to his name as he goes after CY Blood, but will not be able to finish him off. 1-3-2 ADC shows up and tries to take him down, but a flag and drag picks up a kill and a stylish retreat for Delete All. Now 1-2-3 in a world of hurt. Peter will finish him off, making this 5:06 minutes in. York are dominating the spot side.
Look at where all the kills are going to, perfectly onto Peter and Delete All themselves, the two that really need that extra gold pumped into them so they can get off the ground and just rocket themselves up to a massive lead already. Sure, 3,500 gold in the lead at 7 minutes. It's just a dominating performance from York University, and this is what we were scared of going into this series of what some would say a shellacking of a performance already. I am afraid that I used that word too early, but my goodness, I just the way that this game's been going so far, there's nothing else to say.
It's pretty brutal all around the board. York are looking great. No action really going on in the mid lane. Doesn't need to. Corky's still going to scale up fine. As the body slam comes out onto Justin, he's shoved underneath his tower once again. Trying to alleviate pressure will be Blood, who ends his pathing over onto that top side. Just on the river, as Scuttle's going to be spawning soon.
Yeah.
Oh, come on,
this
man.
Might just be a kill. He has ultimate available with the explosive cask, but
so many
might
minions.
Try and hold his guard. We also have Delete All coming in through the Rift Herald pit. It's going to be pushing off Jelly Knife as, here we go.
All right, Unstoppable Force goes through, and Blood comes in at the right time to finish off kill, but here we go, Delete All. Trying to put his attention towards this top end. Jelly Knife read it, able to get some damage on him, make sure he has no impact into that quadrant. So finally, Mississauga on the board through the top lane.
Yeah, and with Jelly Knife and Blood being on that top side of the map and having the inside track towards Aqua Anthony, he was forced to make some kind of move to either make sure that his life only goes over to one individual and only gives the gold to that specific target, and minimize the amount of economic depression that would happen if he gave it over to a couple other members with those assists coming in. But Lead All can say, alright, it's fine, I'll take your chickens. Might as well take your life here too. Blood in a little bit of pain. Hades on the back end.
Jelly Knife looking to show up and equalize this one. Mid laners coming into this fight as well. Will be a trade of junglers going both ways as the Lead All continuing that pressure, continuing that aggression. Making sure that this Graves isn't going to outpower farm him. Now Jelly Knife getting caught out by Hades. The Glitter Lance lands, just gets the slow, but it's all that's need to be a deterrent for Jelly Knife to just head back to that bot lane and support his marksman.
And it is the shutdown, as you had mentioned. Not the best accolation of gold going over to Jelly Knife, but it's still gold nonetheless, and it gives you some time and some money in your wallet to try and see if you can slow down the bleeding that York University is causing to your ranks. As from here, Herald is spawned. It's been up for a little while, and I feel like this would be a great option for Miss Saga if they get this punish onto Aqua and then be able to rotate to get that maximum output. They get the flash at least. So I feel like the Rift Herald would be great right now. You can still solo it pretty quickly as Blood, especially once you go ahead and get Syndra back into priority lanes once she comes back from the recall.
So we finally have Mississauga with somewhere to play off of. You see Bloody constantly heading over towards that top side. But a lot of that income needs to get onto him. If it gets onto Justin, even alleviating that pressure, you know, Justin's still going to be that engager. He's still going to be that tank. Blood, however, needs to start scaling that damage to try and be the hero for what's happening in this bot lane right now that's getting completely decimated.
Yep, and package had just been picked up by Dim Heartlight. With Dragon spawning in 35 seconds, they can go ahead and use that package to threaten that objective. As first turret's been taken down, that is going to be a massive spike of gold going over to Peters, Izima, and Hades. And you also look at the top side as well. Only 2 turret plates left on that Mississauga turret, which means there's a lot of gold onto that Gragas. 67 CS is just an illusion when it comes to how much gold that Gragas actually has in their pockets. So with this package, with the shoving of this mid lane, and with the resets that have just been applied by Peter and Delete All respectively, they'll be going down for this Infernal Dragon, taking it as swiftly as possible, and then looking to try and trade the lane assignments. See if you can put Corki on a side lane or to try and cut out this top side. And at the moment, Hades as well, looking to see if he can sort of really get this top lane accelerated.
Hades clearing out a control ward, while Delete All goes right after the Infernal Drake. Jelly Knife will spot it out with the ward over the wall. Package no longer available, didn't see where it was used, but that's not going to be a problem. You don't have the jungler in the area. You're not taking a fight. It is a free Drake going over to York. Second Drake of the game. Now York University on a cloud map. So far, looking great with a 5k lead.
See if they can expand it any farther. They got mid lane.
Right, flag and drag for the knockup, but no follow through. Jelly Knife and Verahime able to hold down and try and defend this lane. And to good credit, they have been holding down the lane decently. Haven't lost a plate yet into this mid lane, but CS tells a different story when you look at Dim Heartlight.
Oh, completely. And with this Herald drop on the top side of the map, they're going to see if they can try and relieve some gold back into their pockets here. It's going to go on to just Blood, so that's 500 gold onto this grave. That's pretty nice, but will he be able to get home to cash in?
Oh, flashing away. There is the Cataclysm, the lockdown onto Delete All. Blood is able to grab another one. Second kill of the game. Explosive cask whiffs, but Peter is finally here. The retreat being called from Mississauga as he gets locked down. The CC is there, but Peter does not care. He's a Gogma. Verahime changes that with an orb right to the face. It is going to be another trade going through as Peter does fall, and Aqua now on the run. Mississauga take control of this topside fight.
And it's all York University being able to find those kills, but it's Mississauga that's wiggling themselves back onto the kill scoreboard. Being able to get 5 kills to 8. 3 of those onto CY Blood's Graves, and they're going to have to double down on that double gauge shotgun. Double barreled as it is with the 12 gauge. Going to be their really only hope for trying to find a sense of control, a type of lead in this game to where they can wrestle back from this discrepancy in the gold department, in the turret department, and then be able to fight one for one against York University with the wombo combo that they have with the Malphite and the Graves to just blow up those targets individually and then be able to continue the onslaught advance and make sure that they don't get too scrabbled up in the chaos that York is trying to apply.
That help picks. Whimsy really speeding up the lead all. Runs around, terrifies Blood a little bit. Will be able to steal away that blue buff, stealing away resources. Kind of the repeated theme we've been seeing from the lead all. Typically, it's the other way around with the Graves doing the power farming, the deep invading, stealing away. But that's what happens when the lanes are this strong for York. Now looking for the engage. Lead all jumps in on the Jelly Knife. The damage is there, and they will find one easily. Flash not available for Jelly Knife. Mid lane, York do it again.
And from here, you can see that the sieging of York's composition is not very effective. It's just finding those kills, blowing up those kills as fast as possible, and then trying to reset those wave managements in the lanes so that they continue to try and fade out any overextension from Mississauga to get those kills on the board and to continue to accelerate their economic lead, as they are 5,000 ahead, and a lot of that is sitting on top of Peter here on that Kog'Maw. 125 CS to 85, and 4 kills to none. Agua Anthony, another big, generous donor
Cole,
when it comes to giving things away.
Are you sure this is not a duo lane in the top lane? Blood's been here for
could
so
be.
long, we're like reflecting what's going on down bot.
Very true. Like, and again, that's the whole factor of trying to get this Graves online and trying to give him either kills or give him gold, because you can see that objective bounties are up and available for Mississauga to try and cash in on. So if you get a kill, even if it's just an assist onto CY Blood, it's still gold to accelerate that Graves, then cash in on the objective bounty on the turret, get some more gold into your pockets, and you can actually see how much gold it is depending on the tier of turret that you get at the moment. Because of the 5,000 gold difference, if you get that turret, well, that's 250 gold across the board that people are able to get. So it's a huge acceleration spike if they're able to get this. So that's why it's kind of like a duo situation. But it's just a sense of don't lose too much while you try and invest on getting these objective bounties claims. Because, yeah, sure, you got that 250 gold here into your pockets. You're able to get that pressure open. But now I'm looking to the bottom lane where it's just lit up, and Jelly Knife is once again in trouble.
Now looking at the mid lane, Jelly Knife caught by another Cataclysm. That flash still on cooldown to lead, all saved by Hades. Just in time for the Drake to be spawning. Look at Blood still on that top side, still pushing. They're going to concede this. They don't care about the Drake as a win condition. Lead all now going to steal away the red buff as Aqua tries to defend his tower, throws out the explosive cast. Blood taking a lot of damage in this exchange. Will have to jump over the wall. Not going to be followed through. The cooldown there for Anthony. Back up there for Blood as Varhime escorts them right out of the enemy lines.
It looks like they're going to be go ahead and trying to do this Herald as well, but Dim Heartlight knows that this is the current objective focus for UTM. Going to try and scare him off. He's got the package. He's got a lot of damage with just a Manamune. And while all of this is being said and done, Delete All is taking that third dragon, that soul point for himself. And here comes Varhime.
No unleashed power available. No damage onto Dim Heartlight as he just takes it down behind enemy lines. Hops over to the turret, takes that. They're going to grab Drake on top of it all. The rift really belongs to York as we start heading into the mid game.
Yep, and with that soul point claimed for York University, Agua Anthony is going to be holding this Herald as well, with Peter and Hades going to finish this one off, just guaranteeing and assuring that there is going to be no sense of counterplay or repercussions with this objective take, and that's going to be great to have into the pockets of either Hades or Peter. I feel like Peter should pick this one up, go ahead and crash back into that mid lane, catch the mid lane, and then from there, you know, depending on how much money you have in your pocket, maybe grab that Wit's End and then look to try and break open that mid lane with that Rift Herald. And a solo kill from Dim Heartlight on the bottom lane. 1-3-2 is unfortunately 0-2 and 0 in this game one. Is not having a fun time at all as Dim Heartlight looking for a second kill.
Jelly Knife will show up. 3-point attack here, nowhere to run for Dim Heartlight. So another one picked up the gold again, going over to CY Blood, who has been cashing on these plates and cashing in on these objective bounties on quite a few of these kills.
Yeah. I want to see where how sort of like the gold distribution is between all of these members as well, because that can be very crucial on how you sort of assign all of the lane priorities, how you sort of answer the onslaught and the siege that York is providing, and for York's side, how much priority and privilege you have into walking into UTM's jungle, taking everything that you feel like, and getting away with murder at this point. See why Blood, he may be pushed up, he may be confident, he may have a lot of gold, but he may not have enough to take on 3, if not 4 members of York University who have smelled him out.
CY Blood realizing, getting surrounded, tries to take the outside track, but Peter is there. Gets a couple of autos, that extended range takes down CY Blood. To take the recall just in 55, sacrificing poor jungler as the sacrificial lamb there. Now the rest of York to steal away whatever resources they want. Really, yeah, this is brutal. There's not much avenue for Mississauga to find any way in. They don't really have any lane to play off of. We're finally getting a look at that gold. It's a 1k lead for Blood alone, but it's as we head into the team fight stage, it's not really doing that much.
Well, yeah, you're ignoring the fact that there is a 4.5 thousand gold lead between Peter and 132. So that's kind of the issue, if not close to 5,000 now. That's 10,000 flat to the 5.2 that 132 has. And that is where the big red button of York University is sitting right now. That is where you don't have Kog'Maw in these early skirmishes. We haven't seen him, so that's where Blood has been able to get a couple kills. But with Peter now in the vicinity and now looking for those kills, he's going to look for him, he's going to find him.
Justin looking for unstoppable force. Jelly Knife on the flank gets the crowd control, but Dim gets Jelly. Blood gets destroyed, and Justin in between 5 members. That's 3 down for Mississauga. 1-3-2 runs away. York going for Baron.
And this is where, from here on out, it is York University trying to answer the question of how quickly can we clean the mess that we left here on the Rift with this first game of the series. It's 20 minutes in. They take the Baron pretty much on spawn, and they're going to chase down 132 and Verahime if they can. They're pretty low on their health bars. I see Hades and Dim sitting around half health on sort of opposite sides of that 50% benchmark, and they're still looking for 832. He has no damage. He's done.
Oh. In an instant, in a heartbeat, he is deleted. Now Verahime just trying to make a last stand here. Knows he's going to go down. Throws out the Unleashed Power. Not enough. Not even close for Heartlight. Easy kill over in that river. And look at Delete All, who's slowly focusing down this topside inner. You also got Shelly in the mid lane. Every single lane is popping off for York.
And Peter is so confident to just walk up to the inhibitor turret of UTM by himself. Aqua Anthony is now here. Go ahead and try and pressure a little bit more, but Aqua Anthony looking for that kill onto Blood, or trying to at least scare them away from this turret so Peter can go ahead and take it by himself. But the wave clear from Blood and the thin wave that was there for York is not going to be enough to push any more into that advance. And with the Cloud Soul being 25 seconds from spawning, I would have to say it's the perfect time to just go ahead, lick your wounds, take all of the jungle camps in the bottom lane away from UTM, take the dragon, and then from there, quick reset into having about a minute left on your Baron power play. See if you can punch in and get that inhibitor in mid lane as quickly as possible before that power play wanes away. That might just be the current option of choice here. Clear those waves out, hit the reset, get the Dragon Soul, and then go on your merry way.
The bot side jungle of Mississauga lit up quite a bit by York, so Delete All feels rather safe in this area. No deep wards coming out at all from Mississauga. And the thing is, they know this is happening. They're trying to figure out something else they can grab from this because they don't want to contest York directly, but now here's the situation. Dragon Soul going over to York University, and they will be looking to close soon.
And it is just a Cloud Soul, right? So you get that bonus movement speed on your ultis, but you look at the ultis that are being dipped out. You got the Lulu ulti, which can give that massive boost of speed, the Cataclysm to help stick onto you if you try and jump out of it.
Oh my god.
And it may not sound great, but with how big the lead is, it's just nothing but doom.
1-3-2 gets caught by the Cataclysm. The Whimsy makes Delete All so fast he can catch anyone he wants. A double kill coming out for Heartlight.
Oh my.
And now they're taking down all the inner towers. Look at the bottom lane. You take down an inhibitor tower down there. Just a couple more autos trying to dodge away from Blood. He will be able to bully away Aqua. The top lane is in
Is it
pressure.
really a bully?
Blood, you kind of got baited out right there. Aqua was waiting for you to take the bait, and the damage follows through. Aqua gets the 1v1 against Blood. The Graves that has gotten all the kills can't find any more. York marching in the base.
And they're going to take this top inhibitor turret. They're going to take the top inhibitor, and they have just lost their Baron power play here. So from there, they can just say, you know what, let's just play a little careful. Let's get all 3 inhibitors. Let's make sure that those double super minions are going to be flooding in at any time. And then, you know, at that stage, Blood will be back up and running. He's got 10 seconds left, and it looks like UTM is not going down without a fight. I love that, but it's very tough to do so when they're already just broken and shattered apart.
You don't want to get too close. You still want to wait for that timer on the unstoppable force. That is your engage, but you've lost your marksman. And now it's time for double supers in every single lane. The closing moment's looking to come in from York, but there's the ultimate to land onto Aqua, who falls. Cataclysm onto Jelly. Instantly retreating is going to be the lead. All Justin falls to Peter in the process, but locked down from the Scout of the Week onto Peter. Peter yet to have hit the ground. He will march out with 4 members of York as a good last stand for Mississauga. Only delays the game, but there's supers in every single lane, Cole.
Only delays the inevitable, as those super minions, as you said, are going to be parading through every single lane, double marching at a time. And the safe play, the safe call, not going to try and really risk anything here for York. They know that they had to lick their wounds with the amount of resources that they had just expended from that Hail Mary advancement that Mississauga had just posted. And it's just a ticking time bomb. When will Dim Hardlight blow up Suicide Blood? In 1 second. There you go. He's out of the game for the next 40. And that should pretty much be the final nail in the coffin here. You have 5 members against 4. The one strong member of Mississauga is 5 feet under. Trying to see if he can get back up to life before he gets, before this Nexus falls, but I don't think that's going to be possible.
Oh, Varhime waiting for that cooldown, doesn't get the ultimate in time. Now Justin will have the unstoppable force soon, but it is all said and done. They're bullied right into the respawn. They cannot leave that area. This base belongs to York University. The dominating fashion, even in the respawn, they fish out the kills. They're just padding the KDAs, and Ace goes through. The Nexus falls. York University gonna take game 1.
That was a clean domination there for game 1. You know, it's 28 kills to 7. You have a massive Cogmon that at the end of the game had a 7,000 gold lead over his counterpart of this area, who really didn't have any chance to play whatsoever. And that was the one big underlying question for us in this first game to sort of enter into the series was, do the players that UFT Mississauga actually have that are in their primary roles of Blood and of 132, do they have the power to really try and carry through this game and have some priority? And right now we're just getting a flat, solid no, underlined and pretty much in big capital letters against York University, who showed every single lane was dominating. They drafted a very strong early skirmishing team that also had very strong late game scaling and piloted it splendidly. So it's going to be a short break between these two games, I have to feel, because there's a lot of lessons that need to be learned, but a lot of those lessons are going to take more than just a couple games or a couple minutes to go over here, as York looking to take this series in a 2-0 fashion.
Very, very strong performance coming out of York. I like the way they played through that bottom lane and accelerated the living daylights out of the game. We'll see if Mississauga do have a response to that. We are going to take a moment to take a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2 of University of Toronto Mississauga versus York University. Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague. Dominating performance from York University for our first match of the day against University of Toronto Mississauga. Respectable nonetheless. They had a game plan and they stuck to it. Play through that bot lane, get it accelerated.
Yep, and it's pretty cut and dry at that point, and there was one of the big concerns for us heading into this series was sort of the skill discrepancy of the individual players here between York and Mississauga, respectively. York having a very heavy stacked team when it comes to that skill application and the individual prowess of those players, and it really showed. Really showed through that first game of the series. So going into the second, it doesn't mean that Mississauga is out of the woods yet, nor does it mean that York has a very much a stamped to a victory in this. It gives a lot of perception of that, but there's always that possibility, that small chance that Mississauga can always come back, and a lot of that is based off of the power of friendship and the friends we made along the way, because even though you may have that individual prowess going into any kind of series, if you're able to work well with your team and be able to partner up with your friends in these games, you can really upset some of these higher ranking teams and then being able to come through. And I saw that actually coming through from that top lane, with Blood being able to perform very well and get a couple kills onto that Graves to try and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, so you could definitely see some hope coming out as Mississauga look to improve into this game number 2. And speaking of improvement, we want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors if you want to find some improvement yourself, and that is going to be Metafy. Metafy is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world. Metafy grants players private one-on-one coaching with elite coaches across a variety of games, including League of Legends. It also features a powerful replay tool allowing you and your players to submit past matches for review by the best in the game and get annotated frame-by-frame feedback. Choose from the top League of Legends coaches and book your first session in less than 3 minutes. With Metafy, you can book your session and instantly chat with coaches in real time, or upload past gameplay and get expert-level analysis from top players. Metafy also provides custom support for collegiate programs, so if you're an esports organizer at the collegiate level, reach out and learn how they can help your team with one-on-one coaching, team coaching, and competitive analysis. Good shout out to our sponsor, Metafy. But now, getting ready for this game number 2, I do wonder how this is going to switch up because, we did see some hope coming out from the top lane of York.
True, yeah.
Would we want to see Justin on something maybe more that can carry, try and get the bot lane onto something more safe, and then just have Blood continue playing for that top side?
It might be possible. I would say that Blood might also just go another carry focus play jungler. But to me, you need something with a little bit more priority to get those lanes rolling. Like, Graves, good power farmer, right? But doesn't have the tools to get into the lane, into the lane and guarantee kills that are a little bit more scrappy. If you're already pretty much winning your lane, Graves can come in and guarantee it and make sure that the gold goes on to someone that can scale a little bit more efficiently. If you're someone like that Malphite, but if I'm looking at trying to pull out a win here, I still think the Malphite's not bad. I'd prefer more of an orange, something that has good late scaling and also lanes fairly well, is more of a neutralizer in its own right, and then has the tools to try and guarantee a hyper carry like a Graves jungle that's going to be piloted by Blood to pick things up. And then on the other side of the Rift, you're thinking in that bottom lane of how 132 and Jelly are going to come back. Maybe pick some engage, but the problem is like, do your players have the comfort to actually pick that engage? Because if I'm looking at just OPGGs, the best you could possibly do is maybe a Maokai support for Jelly Knife. That's really like the most comfortable engage support that he has in his tool shed at the moment, as that blue is a Zeri ban by Mississauga, so they're not going to be trying to look for that just yet.
So again, pretty heavy bans towards Peter, trying to attack his champion pool. The Jinx already banned away from the side of York, Zeri and Draven getting taken off the map, so Mississauga goes straight after the Senna.
Interesting. You know, like the Senna is there to be more of the lane phase bully and try and pressure out that bot lane a little bit more, and has some potential carry threats that you could partner up with. I feel like the fasting Senna would be the best option for Mississauga, but do they have that in their wheelhouse? Not entirely sure, but I'd like to see if they do pair it with something that's a little bit more tanky and can sort of go blow for blow against York University's bottom lane, as Nika went out in the first game, but in Phase 2 against York is going to be hovered here. I really would like to see it because I think it's a very underrated champion that is extremely potent in the laning phase and has some great team fight scaling. They are going to lock it in, and with that Lee Sin as well, that mid lane is looking pretty dirty, pretty intimidating already within the first 2 picks.
Yeah, Lee Sin, you get a lot of that early kit, that early damage, can apply early lane pressure. See how well the rest of this draft can shape up. I definitely echo your thoughts in liking the way that York has set up their mid lane for success. Now, Mississauga are going back to the same wheelhouse that they had in game number 1. They really did like the Seraphine, and it was pretty good in some of the counter engages against York. It was pretty pivotal in at least getting them on the scoreboard.
Yeah, right. And the I like the Oriana pick. We'll start with that one. That's still fine. It's something that can sort of trade wave management against the Nico fairly efficiently. But the Seraphine, you've got a Seraphine and Senna bot lane. That is very, very squishy and an immediate answer from York University. We saw it before last week, right? It's like, oh, you pick a squishy bottom lane? Well, we'll just play a Blitzcrank that's going to roam around and get kills constantly. And then you can pair it with a very efficient early game ADC that can also stabilize. Caitlyn sounds great. Jhin sounds amazing. Aphelios, okay. But those long-range lane bullies that can guarantee and secure early kills is what I'm going to be looking at for York University. And Mississauga says, you know what, we're going to ban the Kaise again. That's kind of I feel like that's kind of a misinterpreted ban there. Though, at this stage, I'd be looking at trying to stabilize that bottom lane as much as possible with how heavily that investment has come into play.
Yeah, if I'm Mississauga, I'm pretty scared.
Yep,
if you saw last week, Uncle Bert was insane on that Blitzcrank when he was going around grabbing everyone he saw fit. With the domination that we saw from the bot lane of York in that game number 1, this makes me pretty damn terrified for what could happen for 132 ADs and Jelly Knife down there, especially how squishy they are. Still, Marksman yet to be picked up for York University, and that's what's going to hover next as they grab the Aphelios. Nope, switching over to Jhin.
Psych! Jhin, man, lane bully all the way, being able to just like see the hook come in, connect, and then an immediate lockdown. That's 3.5, 4 second lockdown for the Jhin to get all 4 shots. 4 seconds is enough for our boy, the mysterious Ionian sniper / assassin. Though, looking at York's composition at the moment, you're like, okay, this is all very much just like strong pieces, strong cards, but not a strong hand at the moment, right? Because it's like Jin doesn't really sync too well with Blitzcrank outside of that pick comp focus. Lee Sin has some strong early game, but he doesn't really get up into team fights, and his objective clear is a little bit awkward. And then looking at Nico is sort of like an enigma to most players, but at this point, it's like, all right, I've got good pick, my wave clear is all right, for the most part. But when it comes to team fights, it gets a little bit more complicated because of how sort of short ranged and how squishy she can be. With all that, the other thing is Mississauga had finalized their comp, and it's saying, all right, very, very front to back with 4 members of Oriana, Mundo, Seraphine, and Senna respectively, and then you have a Jungle Zed there going to be piloted by Blood to see if you can get an assassin that can just take over sideways, control the vision, shut down flank points on this Blitzcrank, and get things rolling. And a perfect answer comes in from York saying, you know what, if you're going to try and fight fire with fire, we're going to have that side lane of Camille just absolutely obliterate this Mundo, which it sounds like it doesn't do the best against a Mundo when it comes to the CC application, but when you have true damage tank killing potential, it's looking pretty darn nice for York University on this top side of the map.
Yeah, and even though they've gone very segmented with their draft so far, it works in the lanes really well, and it seems like that's all York really needs to really just punish those lanes, push those in, get the victory through just raw aggression. But I want you to answer me this, Cole. For the Jungle Zed, it's been a while since we've seen it. Is that something that's going to play towards the side lanes like we've seen in previous metas, or is this something where they want to play it more for that assassination?
It is kind of the assassination point of finding the nearest lane that has kill priority and getting this Zed off the ground as fast as possible. That's the best option for them to move forward. And when I look at like the best lane to do that, I can't really see any. I could see maybe bottom lane to where there's always going to be fire burning down there because of how squishy your bottom lane is, but your bottom lane also has a lot of range and has a lot of ways to slow down the advances of the Blitzcrank and Jin to get to them. So that might be the best area of effect, to just jump in, be that counter gank capability, and then say, all right, well, we have a fast clearing jungler, because that still clears fairly efficiently. So clear really quick, hover bottom lane. If they try and look for kills, you're going to be there to help sort of secure them and be that assassin to try and push Jin off of your Senna and Seraphine situation. But aside from that, it is much more of a higher risk, higher reward factor comparatively to what we had seen last game in that Graves in the Jungle.
All right, so we're going to take a couple moments while we load onto the Rift. Be sure to stay tuned because we'll be returning with game number 2 of the University of Toronto Mississauga versus York University. Welcome back, everyone. Match number 2 now getting underway. University of Toronto, Mississauga taking on York University. Game number 1, absolute domination coming out of York University. An attempted play coming out from the top side of Mississauga. Complete switch up this time. The Graves not going to be grabbed. It's going to be the Z for blood as Mississauga try to fight their way in. York University already starting with the shenanigans that we saw from game number 1.
Yep. First level invade, going to just take that ward. You know, that's 1 CS over for your Jhin. That's a pretty good W, if I do say so myself. But with that too, the other thing that you got to notice on the Jhin is the boots of speed plus the 4 health potions. That's a little bit more of the aggression focus, so just like keeping up with his Blitzcrank. So of just not prioritizing the safety of the lane, because you know, it's that skill differential we talked about, of being a little bit more confident, and having that extra movement speed to guarantee the lockdown to get those kills onto the squishy Senna and Seraphine is going to be very crucial. And it is going to be the fasting Senna. It is going to be slow and steady for 1-3-2, as Jelly Knife will be the one trying to last hit as much as possible. And from here, this is again where we have to look at that priority of the bottom lane, right? Like, Blood can only really try and get some counter ganks into that bottom side of the map. That's where you can see the most counterplay capability. And speaking of counterplay, it's just more advanced guerrilla tactics here from York University trying to get on Jelly Knight and 1-3-2, and it's looking bloody.
Oh, Hades walks up instantly with the auto, gets the hook onto 1-3-2. Made it look so easy with that first blood. York's bot lane, man, they're on a different level.
And they're getting that kill straight onto Peter as well. That's just a longsword for yourself and a health potion. Really making sure they can accelerate this Jhin as fast as possible. And that's what's so great about having that lane bully. Sure, you used all of your summoners, flashes and heals and exhausts galore, but only the flash of Jelly Knight is the last thing available. And that's just so nice for York University, knowing that it's like, alright, they're all summonerless. We can look for ganks again. Aqua Anthony will be losing out against this Mundo.
That just happened. Yeah, all right. Justin,
that's Mundo stat checks for you, buddy.
Eddie's going to walk away. It's also the missed hook shot that we saw from Aqua attempting to engage that. Once that was waited out, Justin, he had his day with it.
Yeah, and that's also Ignite down as well for Aqua Anthony, who just sort of tried to fight fire with fire. It's like you don't have strong enough factor yet, but we're going to have to continue looking at this bottom lane.
Oh, this is so sad for 1-3-2. Even if you try and dance around that rocket grab, the Deadly Flourish is there to root you and still guarantee it. There's so much you have to avoid.
Yep, there's really nothing you can do there, and it's just good night, Sweet Prince. Not going to be able to try and catch any souls whatsoever. And Hades going to try and continue to fish for Jelly Knife and see if you can force not just a potential kill once again and make that 3-for-0 Peter's Izuma on Jhin, but also to try and get the flash away as well. But hitting the recall, you know, you haven't recalled yet. That's 2 kills. Man, I have to say at that point, you might be able to get a serrated Dirk. Potentially. No, decides to go for the level 3, the Swifty Boots, and then double Longsword, so might be going for that lethality later, or just straight into the Noon Quiver for the Gale Force as fast as possible. With those boots, that's all about roaming around, getting those kills, and locking down this squishy bottom lane more and more and more. It's just, you see the weak point, they gave you an obvious brittle position, why not just keep hitting that vital every single time you can? As topside, the other thing I was wanting to touch on was, with that win over for Justin, he can create a advantageous position now for Blood to have another lane to try and look through, because he will be able to just beat this Camille for a good majority of the early game. So back at it again.
again, this time with the Hex Splash, but Deadly Flourish is going to miss. The crowd control slows down Peter, but Ignite is taking away. The fourth shot finds its mark, looking to get kill number 2. Not finishing off Jelly, survives by just a slither as Deadly Flourish goes wide. Now Delete All is here. The misery doesn't end for poor Jelly. Waiting for that Sonic Wave, waiting for the Minion Wave. Jelly is just waiting for the end, let's face it.
Misery loves company, and this is a company of 3 here for York University. I'm going to try and dance and say, hey, let's give it to Peter once more, make him 4-0 on this Jin. Jin, love to see that. Is it a yes? No. Delete All will take it as Peter was the one tanking the turret. Does drop down to around 25 HP, but is going to be able to regen back up and be able to reset as it is just nothing but darkness looming over the lanes, the bottom lane of Mississauga. And where else can you look for game pressure? Where else can you look for some sort of priority? It's all on that top side, and because of that priority that's been just completely pressured here by York, you can farm fairly well on this Zed, and you can see Blood. 42 CS to 24. Sure, Hextech Dragon's gone. Sure, it's 4 kills over, but it's only a 1.6k gold lead in favor of York, and all of that is sitting on top of Peter's Jin. So if we see fights, if we see scraps somewhere else on the map, it's really going to be pretty dead even for the majority of this early game. Once that Jin gets out of the lane, however, it's a completely different story. Aqua Anthony trying to test his mettle once again with fighting Justin's Mundo, trying to really test the waters. He's level 6 to level 5, and his Ignite's available, but he doesn't have the mana to try and challenge this.
And then Justin will just run at him, just go at him again and again. Meanwhile, for Blood, what I am seeing from him, it does seem like he's going to have a time where he can have 3 quads the jungle to himself. Justin's actually going for this. He lands the briefcase. Minion, get him. Nope, not going to happen. Aqua gets away. But Justin is now starting to assert some real authority over on that top side.
Yeah, but you see how close the fights are? Like, if Aqua Anthony didn't really give that first kill over, that could have been a 1-for-1 trade or a 1-for-0 trade in favor of York University's top side. But that moment, Justin has been playing fairly well, especially for that weak side lane, right? Because he's not a top laner out of choice, really. He would much prefer to be somewhere else, somewhere in the bottom lane or in the jungle rather. But being on this top lane, being able to play tanks that are fairly good at trading effectively, it kind of provides the same lane presence as an Orin of saying, all right, I can go 1-for-1 with a lot of these trades against these fighters, but when you look at team fight positioning, when you look at side lane pressure, it's not that great. As mid lane, Dim Heart, like, you don't have the mana to finish this fight, but you may have the mana to force a back when you have TP priority, which means you could possibly look for this turret plate and look to try and force Verahime away. Zed's in the vicinity. Blood could possibly look for this kill, could look for a gank here as ultimate available.
I was expecting Delete All to be in this area, but just barely coming back. Now the Shockwave pulls Dim back in. Blood is going towards the clone, taking the bait right there. Now sees Delete All, realizes this is not a fight he wants to take. Pushed into the tower once again. Blood still yet to find his mark.
He's gonna just fall back, give over that bottom lane pressure once again, that bottom jungle. Another catch there by Hades, but that exhaust means that damage will be delayed further for Peter to not grab. But Aqua Anthony actually in trouble here. Blood might have the damage.
Ooh, Blood over the wall, comes in, tries to find a death mark, but can't combo the damage enough to amplify the death mark to finish off the job. So Aqua Anthony will be able to walk away. Sam can't be said for the bot lane of Mississauga. Curtain Call opens up, first shot lands onto Jelly. Fourth shot's gonna go wide as Delete All and Hades begin this dive, but the response from Verahime will put the situation into Mississauga's pocket. Retreat coming out of York as the tower dive, for once, not gonna work out.
Yeah, and target practice is not really turning out that well for Peter Zezima. He's going to go ahead, not hit any of those shots, just the one, but not any of the crucial shots to guarantee those kills. So, he gets out with some luck, but this is a dead Verahime here. That's the base damage of a Lee Sin and a Nico, and that shows you how dominant Nico can be. Like, she clears waves so quickly, and from there, you can always have that mid lane priority, so this is sort of like the underratedness of the Nico mid lane. Now, with that, you can get some turret plates. You haven't even used TP, so you can recall. You can look for more pressure. And Justin, This might just be a dead Justin, just because he came into this fight half health.
Aqua Anthony finally picking a good time to get in there. Gets the ultimatum off. There's no way for Justin to get out. Even with Flash, you can't get out of the ultimatum, which just drag you back in. Aqua Anthony, he's going to get that one-on-one kill over on that top side. Finally gets some alone time. Justin does have teleport,
why are you
though, so he
zooming in
can
on the
show
boss
up.
man? He's just trying to vibe, observer.
He'll be back. He'll be back. No worries. No worries. You know, a quick jet, private jet back to that top lane. We'll get him there in no time.
Oh, I think, dude, if he had a private jet, that'd be nuts. Yep, he is. He's gonna fly in. He's got the visa passport, so he will. Usually, when like those kind of fights happen, you just have to use your pity Porsche. Like your pity Porsche just drives you up there, and it's just like, this sucks. Like, commuting is terrible. But speaking of commuting, that's straight to the death zone there for Jelly Knife. Unfortunate, but a quick TP back to the mid lane means that that pressure and all this priority that's going on the bot lane is not going to be punished here by the York University. Mississauga is not getting any room to breathe, so those double TPs going to deny any kind of turret plates being taken back. And Gale Force already bought at 10.5 minutes in. Well, yeah, of course, when you have 95 CS to 40 and 4 kills to none. Will Aqua Anthony survive this top lane siege, though? Because you don't have the tankiness of the ultimate, yes, for Justin, but you have the Rift Herald coming in, you have the ultimate available for Blood Zed. This would be a very risky ambition from Mississauga, so just take the triplets as it is, try and get as much as possible into the pockets of Zed and Mundo, to where you can have an unkillable Mundo or a very difficult to kill Mundo, and a Zed that can actually do some damage. What happened mid lane? Hello?
Whoa, Dim tries to get away. Hades is there to provide some backup. Only delaying this kill to try and get delete all to get it over.
Let someone have it.
That was an interesting route to go through. Varhime will still follow the process, going the wrong way home. Kill picked up nonetheless for York University.
Yeah, but on the top side, Mississauga was able to get that first brick of the game. That is a good amount of gold going over to both Blood and Justin, respectively, as it is going to be that gauntlet, the Iceborne gauntlet. Grabbed up for his Mundo to help slow down and add some extra beefiness to that boy in the top side of the map, and also some gold as well for Blood. Not enough to cash in just yet, I'd have to say. I think he actually decided to stay around a little longer so he could guarantee doing a full clear on his jungle once more, and then hit that reset button. Because at this point, I feel like he could go back and get a possible Dustblade. This is just, I guess, some shenanigans of trying to fish out. At this point, if he dies while I'm having a discussion, it doesn't matter. Like, this is just like another day at the office for York University in this bottom side of the map. Well, you know what? It's going to be a 2-for-1 on Tuesday.
Easy. Peter Zezima grabs it. What can you really say about that one? Looking at the top side, Justin getting caught out in the ultimatum. Will throw out the briefcase as he gets free from the ultimatum, but there's the Sonic Wave to follow through. Looking for the cripple, cannot get it. Safeguards upwards, does get the slow, follows it up with the Sonic Wave for the style points to lead all, able to take down Justin.
You almost messed up that kill and given a 1-for-1 trade over in that top side because you saw the Dragon's Rage kick from Delete All sort of nudge Justin a little bit over to the right as the hookshot came in from Aqua Anthony. So unfortunate that that happened, but you got out, so really no punishing there, as it is 10 kills to 1. It is a 4,000 gold lead encroaching in this game, and when you think of like, wow, 4,000 gold, but it's 10 kill, like a 9 kill difference, how is this gap not larger than it is? Well, because the sort of decaying and sort of the depreciating value of consistent kills against a single target, right? Like you've got 2 people 0 and 3. Ooh, might be able to find a kill here, Mr. Blood. That's a little risky.
Oh, tries to get the timing with the death mark, but unfortunately walks right into the ultimate. And now here comes Hades into the mid lane to clean up the final kill. Now the mid lane completely exposed. Plates free on the table. You got another 20 seconds on those. Tension's not there for the lead all. He wants to steal some of these resources.
Yeah, and a great ultimate there from Dim Heartlight on that Nico too. It's just a kind of a counter pick as well against the Zed, because when Zed ults you, you can just ult yourself and you immediately get like a nice shield, and it's an immediate route. Like outside of the, coming out of the death mark, it's immediate route into just massive lockdown and burst damage from a Nico. So it's just playing into a very, very, very bad losing matchup. That will be the first turret down for York University in their favor. as they look to try and crash in on possibly bottom lane, possibly top lane, but with mid lane wide open, that means more vision control, more maneuverability for Delete All and Dim Heartlight on the Lee Sin Nico combination to try and fish for these kills. And 132 looks like a fish out of water at the moment in his own jungle.
Oh, Delete All takes his attention away from 132 and just goes right after Jelly Knife. The deadly flourish looks good on the back end of that. Stylish kill comes in. Hades doesn't get the rocket grab. Doesn't really need it for Delete All, who just jumps right over, goes right after 132. Not really putting the pressure just yet. A little bit afraid of the backup that Mississauga could be bringing. So just slowly making his way out of there. They got the threat that they needed to. They got the presence that they needed to as they continue pressuring.
They're standing around a little long right now. York University might need to get out of dodge here pretty quick.
Varahime waiting for that shockwave, getting knocked up. Peter in a good spot, gets off the deadly flourish, gets the root. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Peter hops out of the way. He's not gonna bother with that death mark. Going after 132, gets caught on the back end. The slow is there, and so is the sonic wave. Waiting for the follow through on the resonating strike. Too dangerous as 3 members are there. Dim gonna join for the tower dive. Slams down with the pop blossom. Gets rooted in the process, but the tower falls before Dim can. Jelly on retreat, snared up and destroyed. A double kill coming in for Dim Heartlight.
And that is a 4-4 none trade there in favor of York University. Sure, you had a lost life a few minutes ago, but that doesn't matter. You have a 17 kills to 2. 7, if not 8,000 gold lead now. This is where it's just accelerated at the point where all those turrets are gone. You've been able to get some plates. You've been taking money away from the members of Mississauga because of the jungle camps you've been able to acquire and thief away from them on their Squadron of the Rift. And from here on out, you know, 17 kills to 2 at this stage, like, this is where there's not a lot of discussion for how does Mississauga get back into this game. It's just a question of how quickly York University can clean this game up. Because at this stage, like, you've got the turkey in the oven, and it's pretty much already cooked. It's just like, all right, how crispy do I want my turkey? Do I, like, how much of, like, a delectable dinner do I want, and how quickly can I get it, right? And for York, that all comes down to them, and it comes around their timing and how efficiently they want to play the game, because that's really just how you show your strength. Of just when you have these massive leads, don't try and ego, don't try and disrespect your opponent, respect your players, respect the game that you're in, and show that you are a professional team that can clean this game up in a dominant fashion. And if they can do that, I'm setting that benchmark at like 20 minutes. This game should be over by 20 minutes for York University. They clean it up. That's what we're looking for here. That's our time.
Pop Blossom onto 132. Dim Heartlight doesn't find it. Just trying to find a little cheeky play in the bush, and we'll return to the laning phase. Cole, throw it out there. I do like a little bit of a broil to finish off my turkey to crisp up that skin.
Yeah, we're in the broiling stage, I have to say, because you don't boil a turkey for long, right? Like
No. It's like the last steps there to make sure you get that crispiness on it.
Exactly. So we're broiling right now, and 132 is probably broiling right at the moment with a 0-4 Senna, having to fast as it is for the season to come into play. Dim Heartlight a little caught out. That's a nice punish by CY Blood and Varahime respectively. They got a lot of burst damage with the Luden's Tempest and Duskblade combination between those two champions. Where's the rest of York University? All here in this mid lane, trying to siege and break it open. Their wave clear, not the best. Their capability to try and break this turret open with their Rift Herald, 100% guaranteed satisfaction. But what can they do to pressure further? Can they get even an inhibitor with this as well? And you look at the minion wave, it's all the way back at their first turret. So that Herald is as good as gone. And with 4 members here by Mississauga, no one's going to be able to pressure any further because Aqua Anthony's just vibing against Justin in the top lane. This is where it's like lane assignments be damned. Like, get out of this laning phase. You are losing against the Mundo, which is like, why do I want to be in this laning phase against Mundo? Go bottom lane. Start farming elsewhere. Start taking jungle camps from your own jungler. Because at this point, Delete All shouldn't be in his jungle. He should be in the enemy's jungle, taking kills and getting camps on that side of the map. If you're struggling against that Mundo, go get something else. There's no reason for you to be there, and try and clean this game out nice and quickly. You have the Divine Sunderer. You can push fairly efficiently. I see you're going for the Hullbreaker as well, going for that additional phage. If it isn't Hullbreaker, well, then it's going to be Sterix Gauge to try and increase on that trading. And then that sort of doubles down into like, all right, do you want to continue trying to split push against the lane that you're kind of losing on at the moment? Because Justin has been doing fairly well for himself. Even in the last game where he was playing that Malphite, there was like that one kill, Aqua Anthony solo bullied him. But outside of that, he didn't do too bad. He was just left in a situation where he was in that losing matchup fairly early on. But this time where he has that early edge, he's been giving a good run for his money in that top side.
It seems like York have just kind of ignored that area exists. They've tunneled so much into this bot lane and trying to get Peter as far ahead as possible, which, goodness gracious, 7-0 for pre-20 minutes is pretty disgusting. But this is not how you play a Camille, as you've been saying.
No,
like we're waiting for that side lane pressure. We're waiting for the rotation towards the top side of the bot lane to finish off that turret. This is a strange plan. I mean, it's working so far just from the pure fact that they have a lead, but it is a strange one.
Yeah, it is a little bit strange. Like we can talk about it later as we have this game. Quantamundo Justin is very much dead here. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But you look at what else is on the timers, and it is going to be 50 seconds on that Infernal Dragon. It is Infernal Soul. This is Soul Point, by the way, so that is going to be a 21-minute Soul for York University. Very nice on that objective point. But why are you still up here, Camille? At this stage, it's like you are like signs of autopilot. This is a sign of autopilot right now because the rest of your team is all pushed out. You look at the vision you have all this information to say, hey, well, nice kill underneath the turret nonetheless, but you have all this information knowing where the enemy is not. And with that Hullbreaker Divine Thunder combo, yeah, sure, whatever, you're split pushing, but be somewhere else that's a little bit more applicable, closer to your team, to where you can quickly get into a team fight and disengage as fast as possible. Jim Hartley, though, in a little bit of trouble. Can he get out?
Ooh, a nice charm coming in from Jelly is going to guarantee the kill onto Dim. Now Justin runs low, gets taken down by Peter. Curtain Call opens up. Trying to run away will be Jelly Knight. Third shot lands, waiting for that fourth shot, gets out of range in time. Fourth shot goes straight onto 1-3-2. Peter grabbing the double kill off the back end of that one. But that's 3 members down on York University. If you look at the top side, Aqua Anthony dying earlier. Now Hades looking to continue this play, continue the fight. Deathmark goes out, goes after Peter. Good chunk of damage on Peter, but will not finish him off. He will survive, and he's back there deep behind the safety of his front line, so no threat to come out from Mississauga to continue this fight.
Yeah, and you're fishing for kills there. That entire time with the Lee Sin falling, Dim Hardlight falling, that was all fishing going on. Dragon was up this entire time for them to go ahead and take. Ever since we panned up to see that Camille try and pull out of a 1v4 situation, that Dragon was available. They could have taken this earlier, but they do get it done nonetheless. They get themselves some kills while they're at it. Now 10-0 on this Jhin. Peter is going absolutely bananas on this marksman, and is going to be able to get that third item for himself as well. Infinity Edge, that is a 80% crit chance on that Jhin with massive damage. And with how squishy the 80% of the team is on Mississauga, I don't think a lot of these members are going to be surviving past the 2-second point here for UTM against York's ADC. It is a little bit of a dodge out of the way of the oncoming train here for Delete All, and see if he can try and get away, but he will. Excuse me for Dim Heartlight, as it does change sort of the spectator look over with Nico. Something that we're not very used to with how Nico has not been very prevalent in the meta.
A while since we've seen it.
It is Baron.
Baron going to be started off for York University, and it's going to be a tough contest. Mississauga, you're hoping for a world where everything goes right, but they just kind of group together 5 for your Shockwave and you get your Wombos there. That's a perfect world and likely not going to happen for Mississauga, so this is going to be a hard fight to get in. The health bar is getting chipped away by Baron, though, but there is a nice hook coming in. The Shockwave returned, but the Pop Blossom onto the backline from Dim Heartlight. The fight still in Mississauga's hands as they continue the chase. They're going to grab another one in the form of Hades. Heartlight forced to walk away, but look at the bottom lane. Anthony, he finally listened, Cole. He finally left that top side.
Yeah, but it's still solo split pushing the bottom side of the map, and even though that team fight looked wonderful for UTM, they now have to deal with this Camille who, oh my goodness, he's not going to be able to get in the inhibitor. That's actually great news there for UTM, because yes, you get the turret, but those super minions are not advancing on your base just yet, so that is time bought, that is time spent by York University. And overall, I'd have to say that's a pretty good victory there for UTM. Being able to thwart the Baron advance, get a couple shutdowns. You got a kill onto Jin as well. So that bounty, even though it is still 700 gold bounty because of how massively far ahead, excuse me, he is technically Flame Horizon, Jelly Knife, Seraphine. You're at this point where you've got to win those fights like multiple times over, and if at any moment York University decides, you know what, let's stop messing around, let's get into a 5-man formation with a more closer proximity split push on this Camille, then this game is as good as over, and that's what it looks like that they're going to be doing. They're looking for this mid lane. They're going to look to try and pressure away from this Baron. They are pinging the Baron to try and get it ready and get it available for themselves to do quickly. It does take a while for them to do it efficiently because, well, one, it's a Jin, even though it's massive, he still takes a while with reloading and with the shots, and Nico is not that quick with taking down Baron objectives either just yet. And you don't have the Camille to do the true damage tank killing pressure either. So it's like you're missing some damage, and the damage that you have is kind of moderate at the point. So it's just more about the money and more about fishing for the kills at this stage. So here we go. Bumped into a little bit of a death spot, but that Mundo passive will pop to make sure that everyone in UTM gets away safely as it's back to the Baron.
Kind of scares me how much 132 face checks. He's always kind of leading the group to place those wards, but it's got him in a lot of bad situations before. Almost gets caught by that hook right there. That could have gone on to Blood as well. Now putting out the ball, got to keep a close eye on it because this shockwave is going to be big for this team fight. If Mississauga are able to find it over the wall, comes Aqua, goes right after 132 and changes direction onto Jelly Knife. Will find him, but first found is the lead all. It's still the cleanup coming up from Aqua, who's been unchecked, gets the double, and finishes off the fight with another for Peter. And that's going to be game right there. Clean ace gone through. York dominating performance during the laning phase, and they transfer that to complete authority of the Rift.
And with the death timers at 20 seconds, with multiple members being able to break open these turrets, this should just be game done and dusted, folded up into a nice little bow. And York University come out with a statement in a 2-0 series showing that they have the power to take this northeast region of Canada by storm in the U Sports and in NACE Starleague. And a just absolute dominant fashion here. You know, fishing for some stacks, KDA pump in here, but a little bit. That's it. Peter has the choice to choose it, but it's Aqua Anthony who says it's enough of solo laning. I'm going to take the win here.
So a nice dub coming out of York University. This team going into it 4-1. I really want to see the game where they lost there because they look like a real calculated team, a real coordinated team. As we said at the start of this entire thing, every single player plays towards their role, really practices their role. There's no real leak into other to other roles and to other lanes. And calculated, it was well, it was strong, it was great. What more can you say about York University?
Well, I do feel like I could see some wiggle room on where that one loss did come into play, and that really comes to the fact that there was another team that's out there in the Northeast region here for Canada that is just as strong as York University, and it came to a probably like three game series. In its own right. I'd love to actually see where that loss is, and that might actually be the one question of like how much did they learn from their one loss. So keep that on the tabs while we get ready for that interview. But into looking at tonight at how York University came into play, the drafts were extremely strong. They both went on red side, so they got that top lane counter pick with the Gragas against the Malphite, and then the Camille against the Mundo. And both times, you know, they had the bot lane really winning out as well, because they also got the counter picks in the bot lane too, because of how ADC is such a high priority in this current meta. Red side is such a strong part of the drafting phase, and being on that side there is so crucial. So not only were they a team that had very strong individual prowess, individual mechanics, and game knowledge, but also having that slight advantage with red side, I think just really sent this entire series overboard to where Mississauga, they tried their hardest, but it comes down to just not being on that same level as your opponent and just trying to take this away as not as a defeat, but more of a lesson of where we can improve when we are up against a bigger, heavy-hitting titan of a team.
Can I just say, some of the base damages that we saw in that early game were absolutely
True.
disgusting. It locked someone down and taking them down within a couple of seconds.
Mm-hmm.
That was, man. I mean, how do you play against that? I felt bad for Varahime
True.
when Varahime was locked down by both Delete All and Dim Heart Light. But
Yeah.
uh, enough about that game. It was a solid win coming out from York University, but we gotta do a little shout out to a segment we have here for the LLS. LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes 7-year-old Nathan. September of 2019, Nathan was diagnosed with high risk T cell lymphoma. After the amazing support of his doctors and nurses, parents, older brother Grant, and twin brother Justin, Nathan got to ring the bell to signify end of treatment in March 2021. Nathan and his brothers love video games, and they were exactly what he needed while he was in treatment. Zelda, Minecraft, Mario Kart are amongst his favorite games. In fact, his family started a foundation that hosts Mario Kart tournaments every year to support organizations like LLS. Nathan remains in good health and happily became a big brother to his baby sister Faith this summer. Alongside Hero Nathan, we recognize the LLS Hero of the Game as a player that made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. Today's Hero of the Game, Cole.
Well, it's going to be Aqua Anthony for us tonight as he did a dominant performance in that top side. And though he had a little bit of a rocky start to the second game of the night, it was the first game on this Gragas that he just took over so much of the game, but also is like Delete All was just so dang good. Like that combo in itself was just absolutely nuts. But we do actually have Aqua Anthony here with us now. Aqua Anthony, first off, congratulations on the 2-0 sweep here. And I've got to ask, you look like you're autopiloting a little bit there in the second game. How are you feeling after that win?
Oh,
It
hello?
seems that
Hello?
we are.
Am I
Oh,
live?
There we go. There's the microphone. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, guys? Sorry,
Yeah.
what was the question?
Yeah, so the question was, you went a little bit autopilot there in that second game. You know it happens when you're trying to play Camille split push. But how was it after taking this 2-0 sweep against Mississauga?
Yeah, so like I was going for the hull breaker build, right? So that's why I was split pushing. And then I realized like split pushing is not that fun, so I just like resident sleepered half the game. So I was like it was just boring, and then I decided to group and like wrap things up at the end, you know?
So far, you guys have improved to 5-1 in the standings so far. I want to tell you, I want to ask you, excuse me, a little bit about how you've been liking NACE Starleague and a lot of the competition you've been going against so far in the top lane.
Yeah, so we did have a hiccup. So we took an L earlier in the season, but now we got
Mhm.
a roster change in the jungle. You saw Delito's dominant performance today. Yeah, but the rest of the competition after the roster change has been really free, and I hope we can play some better opponents in the future.
Yeah, so going sort of further into the roster there at York University, with that new addition to the team with Delete All in the jungle, how has Team Synergy been throughout currently just the new year of 2022? Like it's now March 1st here, so 2 months with the team, and with the growing pains. How has the sort of ecosystem of the program been with at the school with you and the rest of the players?
Uh, it's been pretty good. I mean, we don't get into that many arguments or anything, but like when we talk about the game, it's mostly productive, and yeah, we learn. I guess we learn a lot from each other.
And why don't you tell us a little bit about York University and the program there and how they handle esports, how you've been liking it, how you've been meshing with some of the staff there?
Uh, York University is pretty dry with their esports club. Not gonna lie,
Oh.
it's mostly like the players handling everything. Yeah, so it takes a lot of initiative for everybody that's on the team to just to try their best, and it is what we make of it. So yeah.
Yeah, work with the tools you got. But before we let you go, any shout outs or any huge kudos to any of your uh, friends, family, or co-workers or co-players as it is before we head out for the night?
Yo, shout out to my team. We're gonna make it to finals, to playoffs, and we're gonna win it all.
Hey, that's the right attitude to have. Well, thank you for joining us, Aqua Anthony, and we wish you the best of luck as you continue your season in NACE Starleague.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so fun one to begin the day. York University looking pretty strong after that performance. Well, before we set up for our next game, we do want to give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors, and that is going to be AMD. Performance to rule your game, performance to run the league. We're so excited to have AMD as the official graphics card of NACE Starleague, introducing the AMD Radeon RX 6000 series graphics cards, featuring the breakthrough AMD RDNA 2 architecture, engineered to deliver high ultra performance, ultra high resolution, visually stunning gaming for all. With AMD, NACE Starleague are powering the next generation of gaming. Check them out at amd.com. Now, we're going to take a moment to take a short break while we get ready for our second match of the day. And that matchup is going to be the University of Montreal taking on Ryerson University, so be sure to stay tuned. Welcome back to NACE Starleague. First match already done. We saw Toronto, Mississauga take on York University. Now we have to watch unfortunately, someone take their first defeat of the day. An undefeated showdown. University of Montreal taking on Ryerson University.
Yep, we'll be very excited to see how Ryerson goes up against the other big titan of the league here for me, University of Montreal. Because, for some reason, it's just these Montreal teams are just way too strong every now and then. They just run in with an extremely powerful squad, whether it is either just straight up like big stat checks, like individual stat checks, like what we just saw out of York University, or something that's a little bit more just like team cohesion and it's just like a fellowship of friends that just know how each other work on almost like a chemical level, and they just dominate the league from there on out. And that's what makes watching some of these Northeast Canadian teams so much fun, because of how much they can vary depending on how the teams and the players and themselves sort of mix together.
All right, while we get situated for this game, let's get you guys situated with a new gaming chair. Is your chair tired, old, or don't have one at all and would love to play in comfort? Have you seen the new Mavix M4 chair yet? It's great. Comes in 4 colors with fixed back reclining, dynamic, variable lumbar support, cooling Mavix mesh. You could have a nap in this chair if you wanted. It's so comfortable. NACE Starleague has teamed up with Mavix to offer one lucky viewer a new Mavix M4 chair each month that we're live on broadcast. All you have to do is type into Twitch chat, !Mavix space moment. Again, !Mavix space moment in the chat within the next 30 minutes for your chance to be our daily selected entrant. All daily entrants will be entered into a monthly draw where one lucky winner will win a Mavix M4 chair. Full rules are available at cslesports.com. But now, let's start breaking this down, Cole, because again, we were talking about it just a moment ago. It is undefeated teams going against each other. The first squad I'm going to look at is Ryerson, because what I see from them is a lot of aggression, a lot of damage in the champions that they like to draft, as I see things like Kaisa, Lee Sin, Zed, Jace. What's your take on them?
Well, I do agree in that sort of perspective that if you are playing a composition, or you're playing with just players that love sort of high damage and high base damage champions, that's perfect for what the meta wants right now. Tanks don't do good in this meta. Like, it is fighters, it is bruisers, and that's as beefy as you get. Outside of that, you're going for enchanters. You're looking for carries left and right. And as much as it is to have that massive pool of just non-stop damage after damage, you need to be able to dominate in your laning phase to where you can get out and start applying it where it matters and where it counts, right? Because it's like, sure, you may be able to do that damage, but where's that damage sticking up? And that's where the sort of like the illusion of that comes in for Ryerson University. University of Montreal, though, is kind of on a similar vein, and they're more focused on dumping that damage onto two individuals, onto Milo and onto RD Dangle, who like to play those hyper carries as well in the Jinx and the Kaisa, but also the Viegos and the Tsin's House as well for Milo, to where you get a little bit more of that hyper carry focus with a little bit of an enchanter and utility spread throughout the rest of the roster.
And you see it right there. The name is already sticking out. Blitz and Crank, a Blitz Crank one trick being trying to be an enabler for the squad of University de Montreal. The thing about that, though, even if it does get banned away, he has shown in his history to be very proficient at a lot of these enchanter supports, so can play towards that role to try and get the enabling of RD Dangle.
Yeah, and if we don't see a Blitzcrank ban, we have a problem, because that is 250 games played on that Blitzcrank in the past 2022 season. Literally, it's been 2 months, and he has already played 200 Blitzcrank games. Like, yeah, ban it. Like, even if it's like recent history, like his recent history right now on Blitzcrank is 3 wins, 6 losses, and you're like, okay, that sounds pretty bad. That sounds pretty oofy, my guy. However, it's the stats that go with it, where even when he is losing, he's getting 10 assists a game. He's getting 1-for-1 trades left and right on that champion. And as much as I'm sort of pepping up the one trick, he's a standout here. Because tonight in general, we don't have that many one tricks anymore. We used to have like a plethora of one tricks last weekend, where it's like Blitzcrank mains, Jinx mains, Hecarim mains, Kayn mains. Like, this is our one trick player for tonight and that's it. Everyone else is pretty much like cut and dry, like a pretty flexible person. So it sort of leaves yourself up to the imagination of like, okay, well, are we going to be looking for some more meta focus, like professional meta play, or is this more going to be like comfort situations? And that's what makes the curiosity of these picking bands for tonight specifically so much fun to watch.
Well, we're going to have a slight delay before we do get to watch that. We're going to throw over to a short break while we get draft sorted, but once we return, we'll get right into that draft for this matchup between University of Montreal and Ryerson University. All right, surprise! Our timer lied to you. The draft is written now. University of Montreal, Ryerson University. As this matchup begins, you were talking a little bit about the one tricks. We talked about it in the past many times and how these one tricks play, how they can be banned out and everything. But when you get to a state where you are with Montreal, where you do have this undefeated record so far, it does show a lot of flexibility for this player.
Oh, for sure. And that's where it's sort of that catch-22 of saying, well, we can ban it out. It's an easy ban, but is it a throwaway ban because they already have a pretty well fleshed out roster and champion pool to sort of deal with never having that one trick up and available. So it's sort of like a kind of a mind game that you have to play within yourself of when those come into the situation. So I still think you don't let that through, just because Blitzcrank currently in NACE Starleague this season has been really taking this season by storm. As Tsintao and Jinx are going to be the next two bands. We've got two more bands to go. We will see. It's a 50-50 chance, with Blitzcrank being taken away here, away from Blitz and Crank. Though, with the sort of the mannerisms that are happening right now, I'm thinking maybe another mid lane ban and possibly another ADC ban too. Like I could see another ADC ban being taken away from Montreal.
Ryerson University are pretty hard targeting RG Dangle in this one, taking away every marksman that they can, as they do ban away some powerful picks in the Xin Zhao and the Gwen. Hecarim is going to be the last ban, so the Blitzcrank is up. Not exactly a B1 pick, but it is available. It is on the table.
And they'll see if they hover it. It is a Felios that's going to be grabbed up first, so that does threaten the Felios Thresh situation, and that sort of plays into the tune that you were talking about, right? Of saying, well, Blitzcrank can play a lot more than just that one champion, and we're going to threaten that here right now. It's either you take that Thresh away from us, and Ryerson has to play a Thresh with a synchronized ADC, another marksman, and then you have to deal with potentially a Blitzcrank, who is a little bit more flesh and comfort in that own right. But we might have to hold on for that answer in a due time, as it is Ziggs Karma grabbed up meaty here. That could be a bot Ziggs, that could be a bot Karma, that could be a mid or top Karma. Ryerson leaving up a lot to the imagination right now within the first round. I like this new adaptation, because usually it's counter pick, like it's priority pick into two strong counters, into efficiency of laning matchups, and so on. And Ryerson is just throwing all of that theory crafting out the window.
Yeah, they have a lot of flexibility with the way they can shape up this draft, with the way they can put these lane assignments. Spawns out of University de Montreal is going to be the Soraka, so you get a lot of sustain, you get that enchanter support, but you also get a little bit of oppression that the Soraka can bring into that lane. So the bot lane already drafted for University de Montreal. Be too surprised to see a jungler at this stage of the game. 10 seconds left on the clock. As see what they go for. It could use some sort of frontline, some sort of engage.
Okay.
Ask and you shall receive.
Verdict is, yeah, front line it is, and Soraka gonna be grabbed up. I'm curious on what that Soraka is gonna be going with. I feel like this is already some rambunctious draft here at the moment, giving me it's giving me some good old church vibes at the moment, man. Like I miss these vibes already, as the draft is just all over the place with picks and counters. And like a Poppy, you usually see a Poppy when there's a lot of dashes on the enemy team, but there's only a single dash, and it's the Jarvan flag and drag. So it's like, all right, where does that Poppy sort of stick into this? I'm thinking jungle Poppy, because it has efficient clear. It can counter against the Jarvan fairly well. It can sort of match it. And it leaves a lot up to the imagination for these solo lanes into the second phase of the draft. Like, sure, the Ziggs and Karma are there, but you don't know if that's a Ziggs Karma bot lane. And with how Ryerson sort of looks in their own right, with their kind of composition and with their champion pools, like you said, like very versatile. They like high damage, and that stuff is just hella plug and play, because both Missed Out can play it, Tapioca could play the Karma. Really, where are these champions going to be going?
So some good siege, poke, and harassment that can come out of Ryerson.
Yep.
Another ban does go through. Rise and Gragas ban on the side of Ryerson University. Believe that blue one is a LeBlanc ban.
Yep.
Get a correction on that one, as that's taken away, focusing the mid lane from University de Montreal onto Ryerson.
Yeah, that was a LeBlanc ban from University de Montreal. And that might just be another mid lane ban too that they're considering. Vex is a possibility. I feel like Vex might just be a good option. That or Orianna, or maybe an AD mid ban as well. But they're gonna decide, what, we're gonna take the Mundo out instead, take a guaranteed top lane tank away from us, and it is an immediate Aurelia lock in as well. So that Aurelia starts to give us some answers of, okay, Aurelia top lane. I'm gonna be confident with this one. I know I paused there because it's like, damn, it could be mid lane. Shoot, I feel like
so
this
much
is gonna be an
flexibility,
early
man.
attack. Like, there's so much flexibility, and here's another issue that I start running into when you do have comps like this that are just so versatile in a sense of options. One, it could be us just digging into our brains way too far back and sort of getting into our own fantasy of just like, oh, what if it's this? What if it's that? But that plays into Ryerson University sort of outdrafting themselves, of saying everything's flexible, everything can be put anywhere, and not having thought out win condition in its own right? Of saying like, all right, we have all these things that can go anywhere, but it's like, okay, great. None of these options that are flexible are gonna have a winning matchup, and that's the curiosity of like, okay, well, what do? As holy moly, is that a Callista top?
That might be a Callista top. Yeah, we got the solo lane locked in for this year, so Callista top is finally coming back. Every now and then we see that spicy pick come through, but no,
Rats.
Cole.
It's not a
Cole.
Callista.
Boarded again. No Callista, it's a Kali.
Alrighty, Callista it is. Not a Kali. Akali's better, but that sort of guarantees, okay, it's going to be a Kali topside with the Azir mid. You've got the Aphelios Soraka bot lane, which, like, you don't think really works too well together. I feel like the Soraka is the one real awkward piece for all of this. Like, it doesn't really do. It's like a counter to Karma and a counter to Ziggs more than it is sort of a complementary factor to the rest of University of Montreal. Like, if you have an Ophelio Stretch in there, you have some hard engage, you got follow up, you got utility, you got way to sort of crush everything. Then you've got Akali and Azir to sort of create chaos within the team fights, and a Jarvan to sort of be that more formidable like centerpiece of a front line. And then on the opposite side, Ryerson University has two flexible laners that can both go mid or top, a Poppy jungle with a Ziggs and Karma bot. So that Ziggs and Karma is straight up there to isolate that bottom side of the map. And that sucks for Montreal because you want that Aphelios to start getting kills, and being short range without his Calibrum gun, that Soraka's not going to have any priority to go around and roam. She's going to have trouble trying to look for those additional kills. And this is where it gets to a point where we might not have kills in that bottom lane for 12, 15 minutes. And the only two options we're going to be looking at is top and mid, because those are the ones that are volatile for Ryerson. And those are the ones that have a capability for counterplay in Montreal's side of the court. So these junglers at least get to ignore weak side bot lane and get to focus more on that top side of the map instead.
All right, so the draft is done. We'll take a quick break as we load into the Rift. Be sure to stay tuned because we got more of University of Montreal taking on Ryerson right after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague, University de Montreal, Ryerson University. Game number 1 now underway. And we were talking about this a little bit during the break, Cole. I want to bring it up again. That's that top lane matchup in the Akali that was locked in. Two different builds you could really go there, as we said. Riftmaker as well as the Chem Tank. Can't help but to feel like Chem Tank should be the lead here. There are lots of sources of damage that we could see for University de Montreal. And that could be bad news over in the top lane for Tapioca.
Yeah, and it's all about the Shroud mind games as well between both FF Culture and Tapioca, right? Because if you play that Shroud properly on that Akali, you use it as sort of like a defensive mechanism for the most part, or to create some spacing between you and that Jace, then it's going to be very hard for Jace to have any of the damage that he has to really stick onto you. And then you can get to that very difficult to kill Chem Tank build. On the other side, if you have something where you're able to force out that Shroud fairly early and you're still within that range to create some kill pressure, then this Jace can have the damage to really cause some pain and some problems here on the top side of the map, especially with First Strike, who get that 10% bonus damage, rack up on some money, cash in on some items a little bit faster. Unfortunately, you don't have the teleport to get to lane quickly and sort of continue applying that pressure consistently. But also, we have a bit of an announcement to make. Blitz and Crank, our Blitzcrank one trick, is in the jungle and is Day-Static, excuse me. Daytastic sounds just as cool. Daystatic is going to be that Straka in the support position, so that does sort of explain why the Enchanter base is a little bit more on that bottom side. It's just based out of comfort instead of what we were expecting to see of those Blitzcranks and those Threshes.
So, you know, sad, my disdain, no Blitzcrank in jungle, can't be done, no efficiency there, so sad for a one trick to see, but hey, he's in the jungle, can't really blame him there. As we watch where these junglers are starting in their pathing, it's going to be red buff start coming up from Blitz and Crank. Scum. Scum, yeah, Scum. I have to double check
Scum.
that for a second. Grabbing his blue buff. It's a weird name. I feel like I was trash talking him for a second. I needed to really see that. But both of these
Yeah.
junglers will be ending up towards that top side with priority going over to Tapio.
For sure. And that being said, that's going to be a little drop there by Enigma saying, hello, where can I check in on this party in the top lane? Knows that those chickens are being taken. And then with the pressure at the moment that Blitzcrank is just finished cleaning out that blue buff, he's trying to check is there vision here. Tapioca does in fact have that river vision blotted up, so you have to be a little bit more creative if you want to try and get Tapioca off of this very, very deep pressure in that wave push. So either you come in, gank through the lane, or you come in and you have to take the long way around and risk seeing yourself spotted by that Poppy who can try and stop you and throw your advance. And then you're just in a world of hurt because that Jace has that priority. Instead, saying, you know what, I'm just going to do a full clear and just tolerate it and expect that we're going to do a 1-for-1 scuttle trade and just go to the bottom scuttle instead. This is where that clear from Poppy is so great, right? Like, this Poppy change is like, I keep up with the Jace, if not, I'm a little bit faster. Does not have the Krugs taken, so that's where you have this discrepancy change of how Blitzcrank can get down here a little bit quicker. But this is great by Potato God. They have that inside track from that hard push, from the cheater strat that missed out and himself decided to go for, which means that scuttle, they know that Blitzcrank is down here. But because of the recall, you're not able to try and pressure onto it. So it just comes with like, all right, we're a little bit quicker, but crap, we don't have the resources to really assess ourselves to try and cause any hiccups whatsoever.
I really like the idea of the play right there, where Ryerson were starting to move into that direction. You did see a Scum headed towards that bottom side river. Priority really established by Desper, but just that bot lane recall timing wasn't really synced up with it to get the denial.
If he TP'd though, if he TP'd, like if he recalled, hit the TP, got back, and then was able to challenge, then yes, that's great. Because this TP right here, there's just reminder for everybody, you don't get to TP anywhere except turrets pre-14 minutes. So use those cheater strats a lot more quickly, use those efficiently here. And like, I have so many people completely forget that change had even happened because of how often, or how very often and uncommon it is to use TP outside of the top lane. So use those TPs to get quick advantages, to continue having lane pressure instead of having it dance back and forth. Use that advantage as just sort of a general announcement out there for the viewers and everyone at home. As we have now just passed the 5-minute mark, Dragon has been available now for just a few moments time, and this is where if I am on the side of Ryerson, I would be looking at trying to prioritize a potential early dragon here. Like, you have the immediate priority bot lane, you can have a TP back to mid lane, and with Aurelia and Poppy, that natural base damage is going to be able to tear through that dragon fairly quickly. You just need to know where Blitzcrank's Jarvan is, and as soon as you know, you get that green light to go ahead and take that objective off the board.
Blitzcrank yet to walk over a ward, so his whereabouts unknown as he steals away some of the camps of Scum. Scum just going to place a ward onto that raft nearby the dragon. So far in the bottom lane for Ryerson University, it's going relatively even. Ryerson University have gotten some strong priority a lot in this early game, giving Scum quite a bit of freedom to just roam around this map as he so sees fit. That's why we had that attempted double scuttle earlier. And it seems now we're starting to get that momentum shift as more levels come in, a little bit more income comes in. You can see NA is FF Culture. What a great name over on that top side, finally starting to shove it in. But it's lining up with around the same time that Scum's showing up into that top side. NA taking a good time to recall.
I don't think FF Culture has solo queued outside of NA. I want to be completely fair. You do not know the solo queue FF culture of China and Korea. There's some wild stuff there, but that he is in a position where for him, the lane can go ahead crash. It's in a good even state. There's no way that Tapioca can try and force it. He doesn't have any mana, so he'll just have to go back and try and match that reset that FF Culture forced onto him. Which, to that end, no real complaints here from Jace. Keeping up in farm. I'm curious on how much gold he's actually gotten from that first strike yet. And that's something that hopefully the production team could check in on for us. But I don't know if you have the tools at the API from the Spectator to do just that. Though, best way to do it, just check how the econ's going for him. Like, he's 54 CS to 55. Alright, great. even gold with all that. Hey, let's check in on it right now. Thank you, production, as it is just barely inching over. Like, I think he's gotten maybe 75 gold from his first strike. So it's like not even influential, as we're going to have to look down onto this bottom side of the map. Here's our first gank of the game.
Going on to RD. He gets slammed into the wall, courtesy of Scum. First blood going over to Scum, an easy gank as Blitz and Crank starts to walk his way down here. Only providing some presence. He does see missed out, is low, has about 300 health. Untimely backing could mean the end of him, but Blitz and Crank realizing that this is not going to be the situation here. Flag and drags out.
Get away. You don't want to risk anything too much because of the fact that it is a Karma that can shield, and you can disengage with the flash as well. Day static. I'm going to just try and hold this wave in a nice freezed position. It's going to be tough to do that because of where those caster minions are. So, you know, I think he just inched it out. So that freezed lane will be a success there for Day static on that Soraka. Well done onto that, as our Dangle is now level 6 on Aphelios, has that Noon Quiver. Be good to try and freeze up as much as possible, but it's going to be difficult once that missed out Ziggs comes back. He's going to be like, you're trying to freeze? No. And we're going to take the Dragon Ball Bread instead.
2 tiers now online for Ryerson University, as
damn.
Tapioca goes right onto NA and slams him. Tapioca brutal on that 1v1.
And that's what we wanted out of Tapioca here, to get that massive burst damage drop down. And it's because of that ward in the Tri-Brush, he just baits him out, but we're not done. Blitz and Crank taking a lot of damage. He might die to Dragon here. Get out.
Slammed into his own Cataclysm, he got that stun. Ultimate being used.
Ooh!
Scum perfectly knocks him away. Flashes over the wall. He will live to see another day. Waiting in the wings is Desper, but the rest of Ryerson University cannot follow through. This dragon belongs to University of Montreal.
They never had the priority to try and take this dragon away from UDM, but Ryerson University are able to get out with their lives spared with a wonderful Poppy ultimate to just kick Enigma away from that potential Azir Shurima shuffle. Is now, with that first dragon taken, with sort of the CS discrepancies that are at hand, is actually all really in favor of UDM at the moment. 20 CS difference between the junglers, and then current favored for the majority of these lanes, and the ones that is just the 83 to 88 that Desper and Enigma have, and that's just because of like lane management and resetting those waves. So they're pretty much dead even anyways. So with all that being said and done, there's only that 600 gold lead from the 2 kills that had happened with Tapioca and Scum respectively. So this game is very close to the chest. Could go either way in just a blink of an eye. It's just, I want to look at these solo lanes some more, and I don't really like how little attention these solo lanes have been getting either. Like, Jarvan to level 6, Poppy went phase rush instead of Predators, so she can't get into lanes that quickly. And because of how the wave management is between the solo, like the top lane and mid lane, the junglers that usually have or will have their priority to try and challenge usually aren't there or ready. As you can see, Scum and Blitzcrank, no one's here ready to try and be the backup man when these mid lanes go blow for blow against each other. And that kind of gives me a little inkling of concern for UDM, because even though you have a great scaling team, if you just leave everyone to their own devices, just the innate scrappiness of Ryerson University's composition might just win out in the midterm timing of this game.
University of Montreal will start up Rift Herald. Scum on the other side of the Baron pit. In a close eye, NA hopping over the wall, gets slammed by Scum. Tapioca looking to join the fray, but can't get close enough to put down the hammer. NA as FF Culture will be able to walk out. Still Rift Herald being grabbed, no contention coming out from Scum, but the retreat might come out from Blitz and Crank. No, realizes he has backup. There's not enough pressure coming out from Ryerson, so this Rift Herald will go over to University of Montreal.
Culture giving some space over to Blitz and Crank to make sure that they get that Herald. Now, where will they use it? It's another good question here, as I would have to say it might just be best to put it in this bottom lane, because you need to get Dangle and Day Static out of this Karma Ziggs lane. They can't trade efficiently. They're in a lane that's sort of isolated at the moment, and you're not going to have a lot of time to try and do anything else, but nothing to do. Enigma is just screwed here.
No way to save him. Emperor's Divide isn't gonna do it. Enigma goes down. A great gank coming out. Three-pronged attack. Getting priority over the mid lane, over the Dragon Pit. Still gonna be a while before that dragon does spawn. Taking stock of the map on top of that. No plates to have fallen yet. That can change in the bottom lane as Blitzcrank is headed down here. Might be looking to put that Rift Herald, as you had said earlier, Cole.
For sure. And again, it's like you don't have enough timing to really try and get this Rift Herald to be sort of like a maximum kind of pressure after the dragon, so you need to use it earlier than that and get some turret plates onto either your carries or to get a turret down, and this might just be what they want. Lane gank through the bottom lane, but they're going to get spotted out on that ward in the center brush, but they're going to go for the gank anyways.
Ooh, the chain of CC, Blitz and Crank gets hit by the Keeper's Verdict and ejected out from the fight as the bomb goes down onto Dangle. He gets dropped. They static forced to run away as Ryerson faster to the punch in that engage.
And a splendid counter gank there by Scum and the rest of Ryerson University to thwart the advance of UDM. They saw the play, they thought it was obvious, and Enigma is not obvious, but he's obviously dead there. Desper getting a solo bolo in the mid lane.
Desper style points on that solo, dives right past the tower and destroys Enigma, giving him his second death of the game. Looking good for Desper as the fight continues on the top side. You can see NA is FF Culture having a hard time dealing with Tapioca.
Well, here was another problem we were talking about during the discussion off air, was we thought that the Turbo Chem Tank was a little bit more the obvious choice. You're just tanky, you're just there to try and trade damage back and forth and sort of thwart Tapioca into playing into your Shroud, where you have that capability to dip out of the shadows and harass from a distance. But instead is going for more of the aggressive build. It looks like a proto build, as a matter of fact, with that amplifier. So that's a squishy build, and with an Eclipse already bought in and a level 11 Tapioca Jace, this Akali is in a world of hurt and really just not having a good time at all in that solo isolated lane. Dragon is up. This might just be a steal here from Blitz and Crank. It's not.
Oh, a good attempt, but Scum gets the smite. The rest, the University of Montreal cannot close in, cannot collapse. The Drake grabbed, evening it up 1-1 apiece for Drakes. Rest Ryerson start to back off and look to reset back into the lanes.
Disengage with that dragon. At least it keeps the dragon count 1 for 1 as the soul has spread amongst the rest of this ocean. Another solo fight. Desper, nice in disengagement with that dash. We've seen that kind of dash before, right? Like, you get through just in time, and people think it's a bug. No, Aurelia got in just in the nick of time. He's going to try again!
Oh, and there's no Emperor's Divide to stop Desper, so he will get the 1v1. Blitz and Crank shows up into the mid lane. There's a 3-level difference right here. Desper is still a threat against Blitz and Crank.
He's going to roam down. He's going to try and find Daze Static, who had been caught out by Potato God and Scum, but now here comes the fight in top lane.
Oh, underneath the tower, NA's SFF Culture will get that kill to 1 for 1 on the tower dive, but down in the bottom lane, story can't be the same as Ryerson University. Get the kill onto Daze Static and get out.
And I don't like that 1 for 1 trade on the top side of the map. Sure, you get that additional kill, but look at where the gold and sort of how the application of how that first strike has started to loom over you on that Jace. Eclipse is already done, Hex Drinker is finished, Boots of Swiftness as well, and you don't even have your Mythic done yet. You don't have Proto Belt or even Night Harvester done, whichever you're going to try and choose on this Akali. And sure, that Herald came in, but the plates are gone. They've been long gone. And this is actually showing an obvious vulnerability here. UDM is in trouble. Desper's going to get this kill on a Jarvan, if anything else.
Yeah, we'll lock him down. Yeah, you're level 10 now, but still don't got a chance against Desper. 4-0-1 as he picks up his 4th of the game. The Blade of the Rune King's already done that. Gore Drinker will not save you. Desper is a threat, as we talked about before. Got the tower. The big question if that trade was really worth it, though.
No, it was not worth it at all whatsoever. Like I said, the turret plates had already been gone. It was just there to see if you could get first brick, which gives you that additional local gold, and 100 gold as well to the rest of the team. So it keeps the game within the limitations of that objective bounty, which, to be fair, I feel like is actually a detriment than anything. But you had to use that Herald, right? Like, the Herald was about to expire, and you needed to find a way to actually feel like that objective was of value to something. So to that end, I understand and respect that. Though from here on out, 17 minutes into the game, turret plates are gone. if I'm Ryerson University, remember how I was talking about how like the scrappiness of Ryerson University's comp is pretty much the demise of what UDM wants. UDM wants you grouped up, UDM wants you in more congested situations where they can use the Azir and the Aphelios to maximum effect, and then have the Akali sort of be that chaotic wedge in the rest of your ranks. That's not happening right now, and Ryerson University has a perfect recipe and execution to change that. They say, you know what, let's get this lane assignment to where we have a carry in the mid lane, catching something with the best kill potential, and that sets up Potato God and Scum to be that kill squad roaming around, hunting for kills, fishing for those objective points, and then using that pressure from the mid lane to isolate and blot out any of the vision that UDM tries to push back into it. And as a matter of fact, they use that vision, they blot it out, they find Blitz.
Oh, Blitz and Crank gets caught out. Flag and drag over the wall keeps him alive. No steadfast presence to interrupt that. But that's all that was really needed. You put your presence there, it enables you to grab this Rift Herald, and there's going to be no response. Blitz and Crank wants nothing of it. He already got punished. He's already at half health, so it's free for Ryerson University.
It's free for themselves. They can go ahead and grab it here, and it can be used to break open the mid lane with ease. I believe that it would be ready within the next wave crash to do just that. And we saw some pings on the bottom lane saying, hey, if we're losing that top side, we got to do something here. How does UDM get back into a game where they need to group up and they need to team fight? Well, find the weakest chain on this link of Ryerson University and break it. And right now, it's still looking to be that Ziggs. The Jace is strong, the Aurelia is strong, the Ziggs is still squishy, and if you have enough members dedicated to a tower dive to either force summoners away or force a lane to where Dangle or FF Culture can try and start getting some more priority for themselves, then you need to apply it quickly. And unfortunately for them, missed out, and the rest of Ryerson University smelled blood in the water, and they got out before any action could come into play from UDM. So resets now, 30 seconds until the next Ocean Dragon, and what that means is, well, even though it forces Ryerson University to be a little bit more congested at a time, they still have a lot of tools in their kit to force wave control, to threaten other positions of the map while this objective is being challenged.
And you have quite a bit to safely take this. The Hex Drinker was picked up by Tapioca, so he's going to have that available. Off of that recall, Desper grabbed a stopwatch. This is a pretty safe fight that Ryerson University can look to take. Of course, you still have to play this out right. You still have to get that vision control, get that poke coming in from Tapioca with those shock blasts, and of course, Shelly into the mid lane to apply pressure onto that tower.
It's a lot of gold there, 31 gold just from that single shock blast for Tapioca. As here it is, yep, this is that Rift Herald challenge, but no one's trying to take the dragon here. This is much more of a siege base, seeing if they can break that mid turret, mid defense. Enigma, see if he can hunt for any kind of flank, but same with FF Culture. He's trying to look for a flank too. Nothing of full effect here. Something's happening in the mid lane. What's going on?
Oh, the bomb goes down, lands on the Blitz. Desper runs away, uses the flash to get over the wall, disengages. Now 4 members strong is Ryerson University, but teleport is available for Desper. Tapioca snipes out Day Static. Keeper's Verdict will eject Enigma, and Blitz and Crank cannot stay to try and get the steal. Far too low on the health bar. Ryerson University didn't need a 5th man. They'll get that Drake, and they'll bully on University of Montreal out of this game.
Well, so many resources had been exhausted to try and get that shutdown kill onto Desper, and with the flash and the teleport used, sure, Aurelia is out of the fight, but all her resources are gone as well, which means RU can just run away with that skirmish, and they found a perfect catch, and the shock blasts are landing time and time again. There you go. You see that Shroud gets used early, and Tapioca takes it.
Said it, Cole. You use it too early. That is the time to take advantage on that. Jace gets the kill and now has all that pressure, all that alone time, all that intimate time with this tower right here. New fresh minion wave coming down, so this will be easily taken for Ryerson University.
And here's another fun fact as well for all of those that are wondering, man, how did this Jace just start to take this game by storm? Well, Ignite grants vision. Remember that, because that means that even if you do jump in a little bit early, you have that Ignite. If you get that Igniter on before that Shroud pops, you get to see Akali, and that means you just get to blow up with all that massive damage. So that really is how a lot of that tide was turned in the laning phase, and how something that, though I thought is much more of a neutral, slightly favored Akali matchup, just barely, has just gone and blown wide open. Not just because of how that Ignite and how aggressive Tapioca has been playing this game, but also on the same side of FF Culture. FF Culture has been playing a very squishy and very easily punished kind of build. Even though it does a lot of damage, you also take a bunch. So it's a glass cannon focus. And when you're losing that lane, that's just playing with fire there. And that's just one result, one piece of the puzzle that has been falling to the wayside for UDM, as Ryerson University also has a massive Aurelia on Desper, who's hunting for some chicken here, might be able to find some. Enigma's in trouble.
Right, goes after Enigma, flashes the stun. Enigma will escape. Potato God waiting on the flank. Looking elsewhere on the map to see where University of Montreal can play. They're going to make a play opposite side, going onto the bot lane, but chased away by that big threat we've been talking about, Tapioca, who's gotten a lot of income, already has 2 items completed, pretty strong as he defends this bot side alongside Scum.
That Mega Inferno Bomb dropping both Dangle and Daze Static to around a 3rd health, and that bomb J guarantees it. Oh!
Ooh, it was a bait! Dangle takes down Potato God. Cataclysm comes out, forces the flash, but the bait is now returned as the backup has arrived for Ryerson University, as well as FF Culture coming in the mid lane with that teleport. Standing 5 members strong. You've lost the support for Ryerson University. Circling the area is going to be FF Culture, looking to pick out any stragglers that may walk this way.
Stragglers found. As the rest of Ryerson University decides to go ahead and hit that reset. And bang to the laning phase. And I don't like this from UDM. You're playing Ryerson's game. You're letting them continue playing the solo lanes. You're letting them continue to use their scrappy composition to the full effect. And to manage all 3 waves, all 3 lanes, all parts of the map under their own influence. And you look at the difference between these teams right now, 2 kills to 11, 4,000 if not 5,000 closing in. Blitzcrank might be able to change this. There's no Ignite here to grant vision of the Zakali, so this might actually be something where they can turn. But man, the dancing of Aurelia, just too good.
So nice from Desper. He's still going to go for the kill. The bomb's coming out. Can Desper live? Jumping back in is going to be NA, but no! Desper takes him down. 2v1. He fears nothing. Goes for the stun and sends Blitzcrank running on home.
And that is just another tombstone dropped in this game. Oh, there's a chase going on mid. Will he be able to get a 3rd kill in this game?
Tether onto Dangle, but a disconnect, unfortunately, for Desper. What a performance so far from Ryerson University. Dangle, his life is dangling right on this plot screen, Coco.
Yep, this is pretty much going to be Ryerson University taking another kill on the board, making themselves 13 kills to 2. But the question is, will there be any kills given back to that side for UDM to try and start to find some wiggle room with? And at the moment, it's a question, well, who do you get the kill on? Is it shutdown gold? How much of that gold is really going to be immediately pumped into the factory to try and get some kind of itemization and some damage back into this game? Because at the moment, like I just mentioned moments ago, UDM is playing Ryerson University's game, continuing the laning phase till 22 minutes, and because of that, this team comp of Nazir and Aphelios, who need to have everyone congested, isn't really coming into full effect. As we're out of the pause, Dangle still has his life for a moment.
Yeah, smited by Scum. Now going after Enigma will be Scum. Desper coming out from the bot lane towards the mid lane, but no backup available for poor Enigma. Against the wall, Keeper's Verdict trying to shuffle right through to the other side, but Tapioca denies that one. With 2 down, your ADC down, your mid laner down. Oh, make it 3. Forgot the top laners fall in. This is going to be a Baron for Ryerson University.
And it's a pretty quick Baron as well, with a Jace and an Aurelia to just shred apart with the max HP. Not to mention Poppy has that max HP pop as well in the queue, so easy Baron power play. Potato God may sacrifice his life.
Alright, Blitzcrank does get a kill, so it's something picked up. Yeah, we're silver linings school. We're going for the silver linings. They've lost Baron, but Potato God, you got a little more gold on Blitzcrank. I'm trying. Yeah. I'm trying, Cole. I'm trying.
Well, if I'm looking for silver linings here, unfortunately, all the TPs are being exhausted on the side of Ryerson University because they say, hey, you take our support. Well, we're going to look for this soul point here on this Ocean Dragon. And Blitz and Crank, excuse me, on the Jarvan, he has no vision around him. He has no idea where RU is coming from. Sure, it's a 5v4, but it is a big 4-man powerhouse that's coming in from Ryerson University. You got to be careful. Ooh, Tapioca damage.
Chipped out, but he still does a lot from a long range as you see that shock blast land onto Dangle. Out comes the bomb and Scum steals it away. Vanguard's edge comes in, slowed is Blitz and Crank, Flag and Drag gets the knockup onto Desper, who is zipping and zooming all over this map. NA is FA Culture looking for anyone who is low enough to get the assassination on, but Desper lives and returns the favor, dominates onto FF Culture, and Ryerson University, they lose nothing, they steal the Drake.
And with that, there is a decent wave that is just getting cleared out by Enigma. The Cannon Minion is still alive, so they'll be able to use that to siege up this mid lane. As well with the Ziggs, they have a lot of damage here to just shred through these turrets. As another wave is going to be coming in just a matter of time. They can be able to use that to catch up. They've got 90 seconds left on this Baron power play, so this should be an inhibitor gone. With 15 seconds left on Akali, you're playing a 3v4 at the moment in this mid lane. You just got to take your losses, take what you can now, but oh no, Blitzencrank says no!
Oh, Blitzencrank slammed against his own Cataclysm wall, gets stunned there. Skill going over to Missed Out. Now,
what's going on?
Shurima shuffle from Enigma. This is the last stand right here. Enigma goes golden, but he is caught. Tapioca takes him down, teeing up his Tapioca for the double kill, and his FF Culture slammed against his own inhibitor and bombed by Missed Out. Desper goes deep, the ace is through, and the game is done for Ryerson University.
And with the death timers now, it's 15 seconds until Blitzencrank is available, but it does not matter. The turrets will fall before he sees the light of day from this gray screen. Ryerson University make a statement in game one of this best of 3 series, saying undefeated. Yes, we'll stay that way. Scum performing a dominant Poppy jungle, but really it was the solo laners that we were talking about in this draft that's saying, hey, these solo lanes are the ones that are going to get the ball rolling a lot faster, either if it's from Montreal side or from Ryerson's perspective. And it was Ryerson's solo laners of Desper and Tapioca that just took the games in their own hands. They said, we don't need jungle help, we don't need bot lane help, we can just grab these matchups and we're just going to run away with this game.
Yeah, Desper looks so good in that solo lane. Some of those outplays were nasty. The one where he just slipped out of the Shurima shuffle and goes for the dive anyway. You know, we saw very similar things coming out of Tapioca once he was able to get the ball rolling past that, just getting the Tear of the Goddess. It all came together quite well for the side of Ryerson University.
Yeah, and there comes a time where during this break, I feel like University of Montreal just needs to reconsider sort of like team assignments here, because I feel like Blitzencrank has all the tools in the shed to make this bot lane just absolutely blow up, but to this end, just will they actually apply it, or is it because he's sort of forced into this jungle position because of the jump that comes in with Day Static in that support vibe of saying, all right, well, we need to find a different solution then. If we can't play engaged supports on the bottom side of the map with an Aphelios on our team, then we need to choose something else. We need to change up our draft, because that Soraka never did anything, and it left a lot of holes there in the draft of University of Montreal that needed to be filled, and it gave them zero priority. So lots of reworking on that board when it comes to this break.
A quick shout out to one of our sponsors, and this time it is going to be Monster Energy. Monster Energy has a mission to help legitimize esports and is working with NACE Starleague to highlight Canadian collegiate esports talent. Canadian schools making competitive and community moves in the collegiate esports space can win swag and prizes from Monster Energy Canada. Find the esports club. Canadian schools participating in NACE Starleague are eligible to receive complimentary Monster Energy products delivered to their esports club. Be sure to visit CSL Esports GG and find out more about what Monster Energy has to bring. Follow Monster Energy at Monster Energy CA to keep tabs on their athletes, events, and products. Hashtag Unleash the Beast. I'm going to throw out a short break. When we return, we'll get back into this match of University de Montreal taking on Ryerson University. Welcome back to NACE Starleague. University of Montreal taking on Ryerson University. Game one was a dominating fashion, kind of echoing what we had seen in our series one when we saw York perform. But this one was much more precise. This was on all fronts, really not really faltering in any other lane, not really giving anything up back to University of Montreal.
Yeah, but it was also slower to start as well. There wasn't those level 1 invades that York University was trying in both Game 1 and Game 2, but it was more of just solo lane dominance and understanding their matchups a lot more, to where the draft, though for me it felt like it was a bunch of really strong parts that sort of outweighed sort of the whole of the draft itself. It was really just the understanding of those individual pieces that Ryerson really just took to heart and took this game over by storm. Scum had a great Poppy jungle counter to the Jarvan. The Jace understood the matchup and was able to play very well with Tapioca piloting that one. And then Desper was doing the exact same stuff on Aurelia against the Azir, to where you just have all of these solo lanes just absolutely dominating. And the one lane, the one weak side, Ziggs Karma, well, it doesn't really have to do much outside of just continue to farm and continue to scale to be that hyper AP carry threat. That'll always be a threat when it comes to trying to create a diving situation where University of Montreal wanted to find. So with all of that being said and done, you see that dominant performance, like 18 kills to 3. What do you now do on the side of University of Montreal to try and get some kind of control back into this game, back into the series after such a dominating game one?
Very dominating indeed, Cole. It will take quite the adjustment. And while we get ready for that game number two, another shout out to a sponsor. It's going to be Corsair. Corsair is a leading developer and manufacturer of high performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. From award winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone, from casual gamers to committed professionals, to perform at their very best. And you know me, I already got my Corsair keyboard. I'm happy to be able to use their products, but now getting back into this game and how this draft is going to be looking to shape up for University of Montreal and Ryerson University, it felt pretty heavy to find a place to play off of, at least in that last game. How do you see it going into this next one? How do you see priority being picked up on the side of Montreal? Do you step away from that B1 Aphelios, from grabbing your bot lane early, and try and get something maybe more potent?
Well, I feel like, to me, the Aphelios is fine, but you need to have tools around it to make it a complementary factor. Because the Aphelios and then immediately a Ziggs Karma counter towards it in the red 1 and red 2 locations from Ryerson University were very clever, and that's where it's like, oh, well, is the Ziggs going to go mid, is the Ziggs going to go bot, how'd that all see? And you don't really get to see that full effect until the whole entire draft is laid out in front of you. So if you're just dealing with that Aphelios and not knowing who you're laning up against, you need to prioritize having that strongest lane possible for that Aphelios to succeed out of. Whether it's an Aphelios, whether it's a Leona, Nautilus, Thresh, Lulu, what have you. And I didn't have that feeling coming in from that Soraka pick. It doesn't give that priority for an Aphelios to close in on that target or to close in on those kills and to get into that kill range that is a little bit shorter than other marksmen's or the Ziggs Karma that you inevitably went up to deal with. So that's step one for me, of if you are picking a carry or if you're choosing to play around these carries, you need to give them tools or accessibility to get themselves online and to get those kills for themselves. And we just did not see them out of that. And that goes beyond the Aphelios. That also goes beyond to the to the Azir and to the Akali as well.
And it's not to say that this was any targeted ban towards the support role. You know, the first bans that we saw were mostly marksmen, junglers, and solo laners. No support bans whatsoever. So there was the pick of the litter there to try and get something that could turn that Aphelios online.
True. Or to try and get the solo lane under control, because those were very scrappy solo lanes that Ryerson decided to choose to go into this game one of saying, all right, well, it's Akali versus Jace. Well, do we have a jungler to try and prioritize with that, or do we have a mid lane that can try and take control of itself and try and open up the map a little bit more? And this is where you sometimes go to something that's a little bit more cut and dry, simplistic, and it's something that was brought up during the LCS of, like, just pick a composition that is extremely easiest to execute. It gives you this very obvious red button, and it's like, all right, we have red button. How do we use red button as much as possible? And sometimes that is like something like Aphelios Thresh, big red button, big engagement. How do we use this as much as possible? Camille Gallio, how do we use the Camille Gallio as much as possible? And so on and so forth. Or for like a top lane, it's like how do we have an Akali? How do we give that priority? How do we give that that red button to you? But with all that in the backs of these players' minds, we did swap sides. It's the first time we swapped sides tonight too. Ryerson University going to be taking blue side. Montreal decided they wanted to take red side this time, as they were the ones that chose after that loss in game one. Might be able to see some differences in the bans as well in that case.
So far, staying steady. The Fizz, Hecarim, and Jinx Bandway in game number 1. Ryerson, they would take away the Zeri. It would pretty much be copy paste. Wenging taken away would only leave the Xin Zhao, which is a pretty good B1 to grab up if you are going to be Ryerson, and if you have something like Lulu up as well to play around that. You have a few picks you can go for here. Zeri does get banned away, so one more ban coming out from University of Montreal. If it would be a Hecarim, that would run it back, but no, going to ban away the Ziggs.
Ziggs taken away. Karma, first pick there for Ryerson. Again, I will still argue that possibility of it being a flex. It could go top, it could go support. But with that previous performance, I feel like it will be going into that bottom lane. And it's a question of what will you pair it with? Could you do something that's a little bit more neutral once again, like an Ezreal Karma? Do you go something a little bit more volatile with a possible Karma paired up with a Caitlyn? To try and poke and pressure that lane a little bit more. So I'm curious on how Ryerson is going to act with that. But University of Montreal deciding a Vladimir on red 1 is their best option. A strong blind pick that can also go into multiple lanes, into mid or top. I'm going to be taking a quick search about the OPGGs to see if any of the preferable players for themselves is. I have gotten word that I am getting betrayed once again. We're getting betrayed once again, Deserix, by this pro draft, and I feel so sorry for production having to reload these.
University of Montreal, again, going right for their bot lane in the first few picks. Again, that is not Vlad, that is Ezreal. So Ezreal, rather safer of an ADC, can scale up quite a bit towards the mid game. You're going to have the Thresh, so you have a way to engage, a way to disengage, a lot of threat you can pose towards Enchanter supports or anything else squishy out there. Fox is great zone control on top of that.
Yep.
Ryerson University hovering the Aphelios in response.
Okay. Alrighty, so Aphelios Karma, I'd say, is a little bit stronger than Aphelios Soraka because you have that slow coming in from your Q, and you also have the tether as well from her W that allows you to sort of lock down targets and keep them within range. So this I appreciate a little bit more from Ryerson, a better bit of a draft for that, and then it's an Ezreal Thresh. I get the same vibe than we had with the Aphelios Soraka, something that wants to stay a little bit patient, wants to stay back, and something that wants to be a little bit more aggressive and unlock and unhinge the game a little bit more for themselves. So this is kind of a reciprocating process for me in between these two teams when it comes to the draft of like it feels like a reflex almost of just like, all right, we don't know what we need, what do you want? Like first thing that comes to your mind, stream of consciousness. And they're not thinking of all of the possibilities. They're not thinking of all of the ways that they like to play around it. And because of that gut instinct, they're not getting their best option. And Ryerson University is just looking like the better drafting team at the moment. As Volibear, again, it feels like a guttural reaction. It's a strong blind pick. It can go top. It can go jungle. It's really strong jungle right now. We'll see how it interacts with the rest of the composition that they cook up going into the second phase of the draft.
You got some nasty tower dives you can do with it if you
True.
Find some solo lanes who can have some agency and really get that pressure going, especially towards the top side. Van's now going for those solo lanes as Aurelia is going to be taken off the map. Sadly, Desper's not going to get a second chance to play that one. Rise removed as well.
Rise gone, gives that some of that priority. The Aurelia, I would be looking right now, if I'm Ryerson, I'm saying, all right, if they want to use this this Volibear to the maximum effect, and you already have an Ezreal Thresh in here, I'm thinking that Thresh wants to roam. I think he wants to roam mid and top. What kind of top laners can really take down this top side of the map? Camille's a possibility. I think that's a missed ban. We'll again have to check with production to see where that ban falls into play. But at this stage in time, like, ban a top here. Camille might be good for Ryerson to ban out. Another one I'd be considering would be potentially, if that isn't a Jace ban from University of Montreal, possibly a Jace, possibly The Akali could be there as well. Like, you see the Gwen gone, so I'm like, okay, well, oh, that's an Azir ban. I saw that one flank before that, and it was a Kiana ban for University of Montreal. So Azir Rise for Ryerson University, and Aurelia Kiana for University of Montreal. Though that feels more like comfort bans, like they're comfortable with these champions, let's just not let them have it. It doesn't feel like synchronized up with what the current teams are sort of running with. Because it's like, why would you ban Kiana on Montreal if Xin Cao is already picked, right? Like, those two don't work together with a mid-jungle duo. I would rather have, like, the Orianna banned away, but if you're planning to take it, then sure, take that one away as Orianna is picked up.
See, so far for Ryerson University, you got a good source of damage. Karma, you can't really slack at her base damage. It is pretty high, especially when she's able to match her up. Same thing with Xin Zhao, get the 3-talent strike, scaling well with the Aphelios. We're starting to see little glimmers of what could be a hell of a game to watch in this game number 2 as the Blitzcrank gets locked in, which is going to free up that Karma from the support role and throw her into a solo lane.
Yeah, we'll see where that solo lane goes, and it's just going to be in due time. It's going to be Gangplank. I would have to say that Gangplank's going to be going top lane, and then is going to be Karma mid, so that's a neutralizing mid lane. Like it's Karma against Orianna, so you know who she's going up against mid lane. So that doesn't feel terrible for Ryerson University to switch that up, and now you have something that's a little bit more aggressive, and literally pulls people into the kill range of Aphelios, right? So you have good engage, you've got good pick, you've got good wave clear and side wave management. The only issue for me is if you fall behind, Ryerson University's composition falls behind, it falls flat, and it is hard to get rolling again. Camille is picked up from University of Montreal as their 5th and final ban against the Gangplank, and I respect that. Split pusher that has kill potential, and you can't orange yourself out of the protocol of a Camille. So with that all being said and done, these compositions looking a little bit juicier, a little bit better this time around, but I still have my doubts for both of those squads.
We're going to have to see once we do get into the Rift if University of Montreal can bring it back to Ryerson University, or if Ryerson University are going to take that quick 2-0. We're going to take a moment. When we return, we'll head on to the Rift, as said earlier, for game number 2 of this series here at NACE Starleague. Welcome back, everyone. Ryerson University versus University de Montreal. A interesting shakeup as the draft number 2. It was something completely different from what we saw in game number 1. Looking at a University de Montreal, what kind of has me excited is if they do get a lead, we have this potential for dive buddies across the rift.
30 seconds.
Oh, 100%. And that's really what we want, right? Like I mentioned during the draft, if you're looking for dive buddies, Camille is a great dive buddy for yourself. But that's the only one that I really see here for UDM if you're looking at that Volibear, right? Of just jumping in, getting that turret disabled, and then having a guaranteed lockdown with the precision protocol from FF Culture and the Hextech Ultimatum to guarantee that isolation focus. But all that being said and done, you'd have to be jumping in on top of a Gangplank ultimate with Cannon Barrage being jumped everywhere now and then, and you also have to deal with Scum's fast clearing on this Tin Tao as well, which for me is a lot faster than that of a Volibear. Volibear does struggle with that initial jungle clear, so we'll have to keep ourselves aware on how Scum and Blitzcrank sort of run around the rift in the initial parts of this game, because we didn't see a lot of jungle interaction to get kills early going in the first parts of game 1, so will we see it early on in this second match? Will we see them accelerate their lanes a little bit faster, or will we be seeing more of a familiar territory between these two teams?
Interesting little movements coming out of University of Montreal, kind of stacking up near their base before going to the blue buff. It makes me wonder if they were expecting an invade and just having the Thresh, if they could spot that out. Potato God is on the Blitzcrank, so that is the most likely scenario.
Oh, for sure. And how that clears goes out. I wonder if it's going to be a 3 camp too. If you try and quickly force them to push in. I see that they actually do have those 2 caster minions there. Dangle and Day Static are going to be the ones that are going to be pushing in initially here. So triple camp maybe from Scum. Get that Gromp, go immediately to red, get to level 3 as fast as possible, and then try and get to that lane ASAP. Could be a good possibility, especially with this vision now giving way that Blitzcrank is clearing topside. So that means you're not going to have any counter jungle or counter ganking capability coming in from UDM. So this is all looking sunny here for them to try and attempt this positioning. The only sign of warning, the only kind of way that you run into a sort of a jam here is that elbow ward there at the very bottom of the dragon terrain. That could spot him out a little earlier before the initiation happens. So we'll be looking at Potato God and Missed Out to start the fight first before Scum comes into the fray.
Scum clearing out his red buff, watching the pathing he's taking. As I'm curious if they are going to go for that gank real early. Blitzcrank does enable that quite easily. There is no vision onto the tri-bush itself, so you can tell being a little bit more risk-adverse is going to be University of Montreal. Gotta be careful about that one. Oh, nice change of direction. Goes right after Day Static instead. And now here comes Scum. Health bar is low for Potato God. Has to flash away to survive. Day Static runs low, but has 100 health remaining. Interesting choice coming out of Potato God. One of the reasons there for going after the Thresh instead of the Ezreal is even if you land it onto the Ezreal, if he gets the animation, you just cancel out the rocket grab altogether.
Yep. Be able to see if he can escape with his life as well, but that was a pretty low from both Day Static and from Potato God in their own right. So resets, chugging some health potions and staying in the lanes, all said and done. But the reset from Day Static means that some solo XP will go over to Dangle to help him catch up against Missed Out, who has been able to accrue some XP lead just ever so slightly. But because of that visibility that happened there from Scum, you get that wolf invasion there from Blitzcrank's Volibear to clear out that top camp for himself and sort of start to accelerate a little earlier on, as Scum still continuing to invest in this bottom side, hoping to find a possible force of a summoner spell. Flashes are still available for Dangle and Day Static respectively. So to that end, it feels a little hopeless for me. I would be staying down there if flashes were gone, because then it's all right, guaranteed kill, but I'm wasting so much time here now on this Tin Zhao that I need to start taking camps, and not knowing where Blitzcrank's Volibear is making him a little unwary, and instead of those camps, he's like, alright, well, let's try mid lane. There's no man on Enigma.
Ooh, he does have Ghost, so he doesn't even need to burn the flash. He has 2 tools to carefully walk out and not have to deal too much with Scum. He will be A-okay. You're now getting the reset coming from the bottom lane. and the top lane. So first purchases coming here on these backs. Able to grab a Ruby Crystal Longsword. Just really stocking up over on the top side is FF Culture. The Sheen and Tear of the Goddess can be finished for RD Dang.
And that was the other question, right, for us of just like how quickly will these junglers try and influence these lanes and get the ball rolling. And Scum has been trying very hard to force advantages for his laners, and forcing the Ghost, the heals, and the ignites from the bottom side of the map for UDM is pretty beneficial. But now he's running at a point where it's 26 CS to 39, and he still knows where Blitzcrank is because the Woods himself and the rest of Ryerson University are dropping to keep track of the bear. So hunting season is very wide open at the moment, but you don't have the tools yet to try and force anything early. And with how Tapioca's current wave position is, that looks like a reset to me. Force that out, see if you can crash it. FF Culture is doing his best to try and freeze it, but not lose too much life there on that Camille. That's a pretty big minion wave to be slapping you this early. With that reset coming in, we'll have to see the next objective priority, whether it is for kills, for plates, or for the potential dragon here that it has spawned just a minute past. And once again, Scum on this bottom side. I just saw that wind become lightning on the top side of my screen, which means Scum is on this dragon trying to sneak it away.
The perfect time to come in. You have priority over in the bot lane. Missed out. Potato God can freely walk over there. Have some insurance. This dragon's going to be secured towards the side of Ryerson University. So on the opposite side of the map, we're kind of hoping for something similar for Blitzcrank. Sadly for him, there is no Rift Herald yet, so can't really return the favor. Just completely uncontested for Ryerson University.
And pushing into the blue buff as well. Yeah, like you saw that information. Tapioca says, hey, we've got that Volibear here on your top side of the map. His bottom lane, or bottom quadrant, is free to the taking. Scum says, perfect, I'm level 4, he's level 5, I don't want to try and challenge him, so let me quickly take this blue buff away from him and go ahead and reset. And this is another odd thing for Blitzcrank, is because the start of Ryerson University on the top side means that he didn't know that this blue buff was going to be up soon, so he can't change blue buff for blue buff. So that blue buff is going to be available for Scum when he comes back around, but he's going to be on the bottom lane once again trying for something. Missed out, flash!
Oh, a nice
Beautiful.
there to go through. Day Static and Dangle locked down. Day Static flashes away. The wind becomes lightning, but unfortunately the support becomes dead. Missed out, grabbing that kill off a beautiful snare.
Absolutely splendid performance there by Missed Out on the Aphelios. Has the purple gun, sees the opportunity with the blue combination, and makes the magic happen. No real explanation outside of the fact that you just got ratioed there by Aphelios. Perfect job with the first blood, and with that, everything's starting to look a little bit brighter for Ryerson University, who had a little bit of a moderate risk and a little bit of a downside economically in this game, but so far, still fairly neutral between these two teams.
Just a battle of lane priority, a battle of lane control. Still have 3 minutes before Drake is spawned, but the big thing is going to be over towards that Rift Herald. Speaking of control, University of Montreal are going to be the first ones there. You're starting to see Day Static free out from that lane as RD Dangle takes his recall. So allocating resources towards that Rift Herald is going to be University of Montreal, but it's not without notice. Ryerson has sent Potato God.
It's for now the junglers, again, going to be pushing into this top quadrant, and they're mirroring themselves this time. As a matter of fact, this is the first time I think these junglers have been on the same side of the rift in this game within the first 9 minutes. And that means some blood might be shed on this top side. It is a level 6 Volibear, level 6 Xin Zhao, but it's also the Blitzcrank that's hiding in the shadows here in this top lane that could really take this fight for a wild ride. The hook comes in, it misses though, and now it's going to be a 3v3.
Slamming in his Scum, but Day Static is there to pull him right back. Blitzcrank looking to go on to Potato God, looking to go on to the Blitzcrank. He says, you can't play my champion, man. I got a monopoly on this one. You're not allowed. A double kill going over for NA's FF Culture.
I had a great reply there from UDM, seeing the aggression start out from Ryerson with the Blitzcrank roam up top lane and Scum trying to hang around in the flanks on the offside. They had the reply perfect, get that set up, and into their strong suit too, into their strong lane of Camille. I respect Ryerson University going for this, right? Of saying, all right, let's try and get this lane, which is a little bit more neutral in the Gangplank. online and ahead of the winning win condition of UDM, like the win condition early on to get the Camille rolling quickly. But it just didn't turn out for them. They didn't get the gap close. They didn't get any FF Culture on that Camille with the Blitzcrank hook. So they'll have to start fishing elsewhere. Is fishing in the mid lane. That's a really low Desper though because of how much damage Enigma just dropped down. Oh, that's not enough!
Potato God punishes on the tower, finishes off the job. It was a commendable effort from Enigma, but the numbers not in his favor.
Commendable indeed, because you had done so much damage to Desper already. You'd used the ultimate and you'd used the Ghost to win that fight and drop Desper really low, but you didn't use the flash, and you knew that Potato God was in the vicinity as well. Very risky, again, commendable, but hella risky. Is now missed out, is in a very bad position to bottom lane by himself.
Yep, here comes Blitz and Crank. Doesn't have the ultimate, so he can't stop the tower. Now behind the tower is Tapioca joins in. Scum with the Xin Zhao. Wind becomes lightning, will not land. Has the Crescent Guard. Day Static will be fed to the Wolves. Not going to see another day. Dangle gets taken out by Desper as Blitzcrank. He's lost his bot lane. He's just going to walk on out, try and get out of here. But Tapioca has something to say about that. Going to get a little bit of a movement speed buff from his barrels, but with the backup of Enigma, will make an escape. But the bottom lane completely routed. Ryerson University coming up with the play.
And a terrible timing as well, that play going awry, because now Dragon is going to be spawning in 4 seconds, and they're looking for that mid-pressure to guarantee this objective take. They're going to get it. There's the root, and this is goodbye Enigma. That's the Orianna down, and for me, I'm saying just go Dragon. You know the Rift Herald's top lane, Volibear's top lane as well. Sacrifice this turret to go ahead and grab that initial late game investment in that Dragon and see what the soul is going to be for your team and win out in the long game.
They're going to have to deal with a lot of side lane pressure now. NACE Culture now freed up as he takes down that tower. Does have the hull breaker. Has farmed up quite a bit in comparison to Tapioca as he jumps onto Tapioca. Here comes Blitz and Crank slamming down onto Tapioca. One more auto should finish the job. Not even needed. Blitz and Crank will just smite him on the way out.
That's easy said and done. There you go. Grab that kill. That's the double the kill squad there. The Camille and Volibear. Clear that one out. But with all that being brought to the top side's attention, it is a Hextech map, which gives a lot of more mobility for both teams. Distatic, Ooh, flash having to be used, but also, very, very dangerous waters there. But this also means that there's a lot of open space for Scum in this bottom side of the map. He's like, hey, you know what, take the Herald, or take the Scuttle, excuse me, that's fine. I would be totally fine for him to just walk into this bottom lane and start taking camps as well, because Volibear is slowly making his way down there. I'd say, you know what, Blast Cone, take blue buff, easy. But instead, he's hunting into this mid lane. He's seeing if he can punish this Orianna a little bit more, still having no summoners. There you go, push forward. This might just mean death.
Cutting away the wave. Enigma is towards the side of the river that does have NA's FF Culture and Blitz and Crank. Has a good retreat route, so Scum can't jump in just yet. They are tracing Scum, though, getting good pings, realizing that he is going to be towards that bottom side, so instantly the bot lane that we see from University of Montreal walk away from that area, start establishing their own vision, carefully scoping out Scum's positioning.
Seeing if any sense of progression can help between these two teams. Like, this dry state for me, I'm not too much of a fan of it, but it's because you're waiting for cooldowns to come back online for UDM to start making moves with the duo of Volibear and Camille once again, or just Volibear in general. With the plays, Potato God getting caught out is in trouble.
Playing him back in, the rocket grab only for show. Tries to run away. You do have backup in Scum. Scum comes right around the corner. The cannon barrage is going down now. Blitz and Crank has to flash to finish off the job. Now Missed Out will chase him down. One more auto to finish it off. It's a shutdown going over to Missed Out. That is a good lump sum of gold. You got the Blitz Crank, but so much gold was just picked up on Missed Out.
From there, that kill being gone gives some more breath of fresh air for Missed Out to continue to farm up, and with Scum on his back end in the shadows on that offside, so you can try and look more. Oh, Missed Out might actually die before he gets there.
Flashes away, gets the ultimate off, going after Day Static, but a questionable choice there. Didn't get the damage needed to get dangled down before Missed Out fell. Day Static will run underneath his tower. Attempt made, and now looking for the grab will be Potato God, but the gate gets FF Culture to safety.
And it looks like Ryerson University is sort of on their back foot, just playing reactively to what UDM is pushing out at the moment with their aggression, with the priority that they're able to get in this mid lane. Oriana is doing enough damage to threaten Desper, who is going Moonstone, by the way, which means not as much damage, more about that utility of trying to make sure that Scum on this Xin Zhao is more of the threat. Tapioca losing out on the Camille as well. Blitz and Crank on the back end, another skirmish between these two.
Ultimatum locks down Potato God. Some damage comes back in. Rocket Grab just shy of NA's FF Culture. More resources allocated towards this top side. Sending over Scum. You still have Rift Herald that's spawning very soon. They should be able to secure their blue buff, but Scuttle is being secured by University of Montreal. So they have a good inside track in the top lane, in the mid lane. Hold priority, hold control. The Rift Herald bid.
Pushing forward, as you said, for that Herald could be what UDM needs just to break this game open a little bit more, and it would be in time for them as well to use it as a threat in this next Dragon contention. But instead, they're going to say no. So we're going to push off. It is warded by Ryerson University, so they know that they're doing it. And so 4 members, if not all 5, are going to just meander on over and take this Herald for themselves. They're saying, you know what, we're okay with taking it with losing Dragon priority here. As long as we get this Herald, it'll help us accelerate back into this game, because we are the ones that are currently on the back foot, but only by 1,000 gold economically.
Looking for the
This
challenge.
might just be a team fight over a retreat.
Ooh, Tapioca flashes away, doesn't get caught by the hook shot, but Scum in a bad spot, uses the Crescent Guard, knocks back and separates a lot of members of the University of Montreal's Blitz and Crank finds Missed Out. ADC down, but Blitz and Crank falls. Potato God over the wall, cannot save his team, cannot save himself, as NA's FF Culture will follow him through Tapioca, taking the Hex Gate, taking the fast way back to his base as he tries to defend his support. Here comes the Rocket Grab, the autos come through, but over the wall with the Arcane Shift, RD Dangle joins, and it is not the situation Ryerson were looking for, as they lose their jungler, they lose their mid, they lose their ADC, and UDM, they're going to be the ones walking out with map control, walking out with the Rift Arrow.
And a good win there for UDM to make it 9 kills for 9, and now having priority over this Hextech Dragon that they can take for themselves. First Dragon in this game on their end. There's no way for them to change. Gold difference is starting to look pretty bad for Ryerson University, but it's only a 2,000 gold difference still. And that's still a ways to swing this game back. And looking at where that gold is all isolated onto, like the individuals themselves, it's on to Blitz and Crank on the Volibear, who at this point will be getting that Dead Man's Plate, and will be starting to hit the point of just flatlining the tankiness. He will be durable as it is, but now it's going to be looking for damage as well. So I'm not too worried if I'm Ryerson University, and especially with how that Herald worked. Good damage, got 2 charges in, broke 1 turret, gets the next one chiseled in. So if you're able to win a skirmish in close proximity to mid lane, you can break open mid lane fairly effectively as well. So overall, game can go either way. And at 18 and a half minutes in, let's see who has got flanked on who. Scum looks for a find. He might be able to find that pitch.
And a barrage goes off, ultimatum used onto Scum as the shockwave only gets Potato God. The rest of University of Montreal start to back off, looking for those chip shots. Stangle throws out the Mystic Shot. Not much else found. The tower is grabbed by UDM. Ryerson University, too slow on the engage, getting cut off from getting towards that tower fast enough. And it's a rough situation for them, but this is definitely far from a defeated game. You still have some pretty good scalers, Gangplank, Thalios right out the gates. If they can get towards that late game stage, could give Ryerson University a good way to find a victory in the late game.
Very true. And they've got a good composition to do that. They've got the damage, and the karma is really just there to get to a point where you're just out-sustaining the damage that UDM is throwing at you, because that Ezreal it has good poke damage, but its sustained damage is currently not there yet. It's Divine Sunder with Muramana not completed, and and also with how FF Culture is building, it's just the Hullbreaker and Divine Sunderer, so again, it's more of just trying to get that maximum true damage proc and trying to apply cyber pressure, which, you know, Tapioca is totally fine with on this Hullbreaker. Gangplank as well, more bruiser focused, and that leads to sort of this dull state of, well, we don't have enough damage to take these objectives without taking multiple members down before those fights happen. And with how close this game is, one mistake, one hiccup from one team can just break this game wide open for the opposing side. And it's just walking on eggshells, walking on very careful situations to sort of work around this very critical encounter between these two teams.
You see University of Montreal, they're getting a lot of resources to engage onto Ryerson University. Just seeing right now the Shirelia's finished off. You also have the Chem Tank over on Blitz and Crank. So if they want to find and engage, there are many ways to do it. Ryerson University are going to respect that as Tapioca walks away from that bot lane outer. You know, rightfully so, 20 minutes into it, you don't want to really lose too much over an outer turret, but UDM are getting a lot of control towards this bottom side jungle and looking to translate that control into a kill onto Missed Out, who has to flash away, uses the Gale Force to create some distance. FF Culture ultimatum onto Scum, who gets dragged by the death sentence. FF Culture low gets rooted up in a great barrel finish off the job. It is going to be a jungler for top laner. 4v4. Enigma over the wall.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
More damage in, but here comes Blitz, and Craig Missed Out. Wrong spot to be. Dragged back in with the flay. Will be Potato God. The shield doing a lot of work there from Desper, but not enough, as Dangle will chase him down. 2 more falling for Ryerson University, as University of Montreal take up a 4K gold lead.
And with that, 4 members, it looks like they're just sprinting towards this Baron. That is a very brash call, but you know you've got 3 members down on Ryerson University. But remember, it's a Hextech map. If they smell this out, it is very quickly that Ryerson could actually sprint over to this Baron and try and challenge you for it. Apparently seeing no vision on it. They don't know that it's happening. They think that resets came through. Dragons in 35 seconds, they're thinking, oh, they're trying to prepare for this. They have no idea that this objective is even being taken.
Zero clue, no one walking into that direction. Now Baron is firmly in the hands of University of Montreal. They do need to accelerate this game. They don't want this game getting to the late stages. They're pushing the momentum, they're pushing the fights, and they should be able to get at least some presence here before the dragon does spawn to be able to challenge for this.
And here's another downside of Karma going support instead of a little bit more damage focus, is that it is a 1 damage type team that Ryerson University has. It's all AD. And with that, it's such pure tankiness. Oh, more tankiness. Oh, more damage.
Wow, look at that movement speed. The instant engage. The Scum gets low crescent guard. Buys him time. Ultimatum pushes them right back in. Tapioca has to flash from the wall to stay alive, but Dangle will get the double kill as he follows him through another death sentence from Day Static, going right for the dive. A hook shot right back out. FF Culture realizes you bite more than he can chew. They're happy taking out the top side of the map of Ryerson University and getting an instant inside track for this dragon.
And they just break this entire defense of Ryerson University open. They'll take the bot in Nexus, or not, excuse me, not Nexus, second tier turret to work their way towards the Nexus, as that will be the second Hextech Drake as well for them. That Blitz and Crank will go ahead and solo on his own. Easy stuff there, and like I said, single target or single point of damage type in Ryerson University's side of the court. All AD focus, which means you can just keep stacking up armor, you can keep stacking up that single type of defense, which makes it a lot more difficult for Ryerson University to work themselves back into this. And again, it's a composition that Ryerson University has very strong ways to snowball the game, but when they fall behind, it's really difficult for them to wiggle back into this match. And even though it's only, like, it was only a 2,500 gold lead in favor of UDM just a few minutes ago, it's that slight disadvantage, the fact that they struggle even from just a smidgen of a gold lead, that this game is just broken wide open with a 9,000 gold difference in favor of University of Montreal. And Dangle on this Ezreal, 6-2, massive gold lead as well for himself. And I was worried about this Ezreal and how much it was going to be able to provide, but he's been able to provide kill security at the very least, and able to take this game over.
It'll be a while before you have another neutral objective, and that is fine. Baron buff is there, so get that side lane going, get the minion waves going, and apply pressure into the face of Ryerson University. Over the wall, Day Static fighting for a little bit of vision here, but this is the mind games now. As you're this close, it's kind of dangerous to fight for it. You got a hook champion on one end, a hook champion from the other, playing with the Fog of War. It's an excellent threat for either team to really utilize. Now the minion waves start crashing towards the tower. The inner tower should be just forfeit over on that top side. You want to just defend the base if you're Ryerson University and stall this out.
Yep, just stall it out and get to a point where money doesn't matter anymore, and it's more just about how your team plays around each other to sort of just to level the playing field a little bit. Be interested to see if we do get to that point, because sure, it's 50,000 to 40,000 gold. Neither teams are close, but ooh, nice hook there. Enigma's done.
Oh, Potato God! Great find onto Enigma. And that is going to alleviate a lot of pressure at a time where they had every single minion wave crashing into these towers. They have to alleviate that pressure. They can no longer take a team fight.
Yep, and maybe a couple more of those, as a matter of fact, might be able to get Ryerson University into a state of confidence. Now that they have the Lord Dominic's Regard on a Missed Out, we need some more armor shred here from the rest of Ryerson University to really make sure that they can break through those defenses of FF Culture and Blitzcrank in that front line. Because you don't have a tanky Day Static Thresh. That's a that's not a tanky Thresh whatsoever. Sure, you've got Aftershock, but that's really it. Shirley's Reverie does not provide additional defensive stats outside of that health. And so if you get a couple more of those picks, get some extra gold into those carries pockets, those crucial carries, maybe this game is starting to look a little bit more hopeful. They do have objective bounty gold as well that they could claim if they are able to stick their heads out to those tier 1 turrets in top and bot, and also mid too, because of how low it is. The tier 2 turret, that is. But that's a lot of wards, that's a lot of vision you'd have to work through from UDM, that's a lot of time you are away from your base and away from the security of the defenses as well. So rather play it out slow, rather play it patient, and keep investing on those Potato God hooks.
We have a minute 20 until the next Baron hits the map, 27 minutes into this game. Taking stock of the summoner spells, everything pretty much on the table. We have all teleports, all flashes. Everyone is ready for a war, less so inside of Ryerson University. As they continue to try and find a way to stall this out, they at least have the defenses to try and keep Missed Out alive. We still need a little bit more time before he's able to get that third item and start showing much more of a presence, as it's been an okay game for him, but the ability to lock down that bot line for Blitz and Crank and FF Culture has been devastating him.
For sure. Volibear's been doing a very strong performance in its own right. Very tanky boy with that Rain to its Omen completed as well. Curious how much armor this Bear's got on himself. I feel like it's close to the 300, 350 range. And that means that really no one does any damage to him unless he gets hit by the Aphelios and it ranks up with the press the attack, or it gets to a point of getting hit by multiple barrels multiple times for a long time. 255 armor on that bear too. Yeah, that's a decent amount. I think that's like 72% damage reduction there. A little bit convoluted, but it's as it is. You got it gives you enough time for your team to do its work, for the Thresh to jump in, for the Camille to jump in and get to a point where they can conglomerate together, for the Orianna to do her work, and for Enigma to get that maximum effect Orianna ball, the Shockwave. Another plus 2 is you can build Frozen Heart on Dangle, and it feels great. Like, you get bonus mana so for that bonus damage, and you get the defenses as well with the attack speed reduction. So it's all really positive work here for UDM. Just need to make sure that they can close this out efficiently, and I totally respect why it's taking a little bit longer for them to do so, because they are the ones down in this series. If they take a risky play, if they go a little bit too haywire and this game goes completely flipped, this series is over. And they're packing their bags.
I just don't understand the risk aversion that we're seeing from Ryerson University right now. They refuse to go towards any of these neutral objectives. They forfeited the Drake that we saw on the bot side, freely gave up that Baron without any presence. You don't have super minion waves really crashing in. It's a lot of respect. It seems like they're just really counting on this stall out and Potato God to find a pick.
For sure. Yeah, then that's sometimes the best thing you can really do, right? Because it's like, if you try and fight 5v5, well, they can just stat check you and just walk into your backline and then pop a Orianna Shockwave and call it a day, right? Or you take picks, you isolate targets, and you force damage into a center point and take them out one by one. But with the Baron power play, that's going to be a little bit more difficult to do because they're going to be everywhere and anywhere at any given time. So you got to be very careful on which target you choose and if there's any time for them to sort of reciprocate and get back into the fight. So if you go on FF Culture can waste enough time, but oh, there's a Shockwave already.
Oh, there's the cannon barrage, and slamming down will be Blitz and Crank. Getting one, Scum falls, and so will Potato God. It is a full advancement. They are rushing the base of Ryerson University as a triple kill is picked up by RD Tangle. He'll get a quadra to close out this game number 2 of this best-of-3 series. University of Montreal, they found the answer, and they bring it to Ryerson University.
And it was looking a bit rough for some points in this game. Missed Out did a phenomenal job in the early stages, but he dies here. It's not a penta, though. Very unfortunate. But with that, well, we're going to have to see how the rest of this series plays out because we are now tied. We're on match point here between Ryerson University and University of Montreal. And by goodness, even though it was a little bit more of a bloody game, it was a strong performance there by UDM to bring us to this match point. Phenomenal performance across the board through the teammates.
I couldn't get over that last little fountain dive. It felt a little heady. Yeah, I felt the salt on that one after they were getting fountain dived in game number 1. So, getting a little bit of revenge, a good pat on the back for that one of University of Montreal, but a great adaptation for them in this next series. For Ryerson University, they had a lot of that early presence that we saw from what they were able to draft in the first game when they had those strong solo lanes. Now they went for scaling, and University of Montreal just crushed them on it.
Definitely. So even though that the composition didn't work out to its full effect, it was a high risk, high reward option from Ryerson University, and it was a little bit of a flip too. So we'll see if Ryerson University decides to change back to red side, or if we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a stabilized concept of a composition going into game 3.
All right, so we'll throw it over to short break as we get ready for that game number 3. Be sure to stay tuned as we'll have game number 3 of University of Montreal versus Ryerson University. Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague. And the battle up north so far has supplied us with a very entertaining day of games, and nothing so much more so than this match we have right here with Ryerson University versus Montreal, as we are headed to a series now, game number 3, waiting in the wings.
Yeah, and this is our first game 3 in the past, I believe, 3 weeks, as a matter of fact. We've had a lot of 2-0s happen out, but, you know, we jumped the border a little bit. We check how it is on up in Canada, and already it has been a one wild night already with a dominant performance from York University, and now we've got two powerhouses, heavy hitters, trying to make sure that they don't get their first ever series loss within this round, this Swiss bracket phase of the NACE Star League season for 2022 spring. And from here on out, it is match point. Ryerson University had a very dominant performance in Game 1 and a very, very strong statement, but University of Montreal has come back swinging and have also really created a good stance on why they really should be staying undefeated in their series performance.
So for Ryerson University, as we start heading into this game number 3, what I'm hoping for them is to go back to what we saw in that game number 1. I don't want to see the scaling. They worked really well when they had early agency in the early to mid game and just having those dominant lanes. This scaling setup definitely didn't work well for them, but as they head into this game number 3, at least that's the direction I'm hoping they go for.
Yeah, for sure. And for me, I'm still a little bit more convinced on what Ryerson University is currently running with, just because their performance in Game 1 was just so solid, and being able to just take a lead and just run away with it, where UDM had a bit more of a hiccup. But we'll see what they sort of sit with coming into this Game 3, and sort of how they're comfortable with the drafts that they have when it comes down to the line of a match 3 game.
As we set up for that draft, another shout out, of course, to Mavix. Mavix chairs are designed with gaming in mind, locking wheels to keep you in place, cooling and breathable fabrics to keep your body and butt dry, deep recline to allow your body to go further back, and most importantly, ergonomics. Our chairs put you in a proper ergonomic position that helps increase blood flow and reduces stress. Of course, Cole can demo one for us right now,
True,
being our
right
very
here.
very handy model right here, Cole.
Yes, quite fancy. I'm sort of blocking it. It's sort of awkward with the camera. I'm trying to position. There we go. There it is. Because I can also like unhinge and go full back if I feel like it. But yeah, quite nice. And it is one of the comfier chairs that I have sat in, and a pleasure of having as a gaming seat as well.
So, of course, thank you, Mavix. Thank you for the comfort. And with the match now coming up underway, game number 3, University of Montreal and Ryerson University. Do you have any expectations this draft? I've pretty much just said mine. I'm hoping to go back with the dominant lanes. What do
Yeah.
you think is the adaptation for Ryerson?
Well, first up, I think, is side selection, and I would be looking at trying to get back on a red side here, just to have those counter pick capabilities for that top side. It looked like that Camille Volibear situation that they cooked up for UDM on red was a little bit too much to handle, and if you can get that out of the way, then all fine and dandy. But the thing is, it's not a top priority. If you're feeling that, if Ryerson University is feeling that blue is actually a better option for themselves this time around, I don't think there's any issue to blue side directly. The biggest concern for me was more of the karma in the mid lane, where you have no source of AP damage, and those team fights were just decided in a blink of an eye, because you can't kill any of their front line quickly enough, and they have the tankiness to just let Orianna find those shockwaves. So ban out the Orianna or steal it away as a blue 1 pick, or look for those counter pick matchups in the top side of the map as we have loaded onto the pick and ban phase. It is Ryerson still hanging out on blue side, which means that we might be going for sort of the ladder discussion when it comes to selection for this third game.
So last time the emphasis was towards the bot lane and grabbing the Aphelios and Karma for Ryerson University. Bans so far looking the same. it ain't broke, don't fix it for University of Montreal. We'll see if it changes up right here. The last one was a Zeri band. And yeah, right there, the Camille going to be taken away. So going to take away that presence in the dive, that presence in the top lane. One more band to come out of University of Montreal.
And this now puts the conversation of, do they consider that Zeri ban being taken away, or are they going to go with what they've been sort of more traditionally going for with that Ziggs? And it looks like it's that Ziggs that's going to be the option. They say, hey, we've let it slip through. We've got the Zeri now, which means you don't have the Hecarim or the Camille to sort of isolate this target and have a direct answer to this marksman. So we're going to grab it, and there's a lot of enchanters that can be paired with it effectively, and even some frontline if you're really feeling it, and don't need that additional peel to go your way. You just need someone to be locked down and guarantee those kills, as University of Montreal will have to consider what they want to go with against this bot lane. They felt the vibe with the Ezreal. They're going to keep going with the Ezreal. Don't blame them, I guess, but what are you going to have to answer into sort of a strong comparison, or possibly another good blind pick for yourself in the jungle?
So waiting for the next pick as the Ezreal gets locked in. Marksman going both ways. Again, you do have the safety of the Ezreal, and they're going for the same thing again. Something that's very aggressive in the engage if you need it to be. Can be very defensive if you need it to be. We talked about that zone control, but the Ezreal paired along with it. Not the most common pairing, but it worked well for them in the last game, and can't fault them for it. Meanwhile, on the side of Ryerson University, the Karma going back to that wheelhouse.
I'm fine with that. I feel like you could just put that into the support position instead, and just have a super zippy, zoomy flying Zeri and be be comfortable there, and then pick something a little bit more sort of mage or zone control-y in the mid lane. But here, I'd say pick your jungler. Tin Tao worked fine. You could take the Volibear away, steal that away from University of Montreal if you're looking to try and thief things and have that beefy front line. But all that's done. Galio being the mid laner. Okay, so blind is kind of awkward for me, just because now it's something that can get bullied, and it seems once again production has unfortunately had to be the bearer of bad news. That is not Galio. This is going to be Lee Sin. So a little bit more in favor of what I was looking for, more of that jungler pressure and grabbing that up for themselves.
Yeah, I love this. There's a lot of base damage, and that's what got Ryerson their victory in game number 1. They were able to bring that damage to culminate all into one person to delete them within 2 seconds. But University of Montreal, they know something else that worked really well for them in that game number 2, and that was that Volibear as it gets locked in. They will have counterpick priority being on this red side, so it'll be interesting to see what happens over on this top side for that last R5.
Yeah, and they won't have the Camille with them this time, so they won't have that to work through, and I'll be curious on what they try and pressure instead, whether it's either taking away... Are they going to go with another split pusher? Are they going to go with a Jace? Are they going to go with a possible Fiora? Those are all capabilities to run with. A Graves top, if someone runs a Graves top. I don't think a lot of the top laners in NACE Starleague are confident with the Graves top. It's much more of just a high-level pro thing. But to that end, it's a pick of the litter for the top side. Mid lane, however, is a little bit more crunched down, because you're going up against a possible Orianna pick once again. There's Victor, there's Corki. We've seen some very strong, successful fighters in the mid lane as well, but the Aurelia has already been taken off the board away from Desper. That doesn't mean those are completely gone just yet. I feel like there's something in Ryerson's back pockets that they could possibly put out here coming into the B4, B5 selection.
So first pick over to University of Montreal. Ryerson so far, not really much of a front line. It's all about the damage. It's all about the early numbers. As we get the first pick coming over from University of Montreal, it's going to be Ari locked in over in the mid lane. So now I'm curious what Ryerson University are going to take to at least try and facilitate battles if they do get into team fights, get something into that front line.
And it's some mobility, it's some more high-level burst damage. So with the Zeri, Karma, and Lee Sin, that's a good amount to do just that. I'm trying to feel, though, if you need more consistent damage. Because you've got the Ezreal for poke, has some burst in the kit, but what do you have for shredding away and really taking this game by storm to lock this down? And you're having to look at a top side. Is that a Vladimir? Yes or no? We'll have to see, because we got beta by Vladimir once already. I want kind of confirmation. as it is Vladimir being locked in. Thank you, production, for that one. Oh, it's a LeBlanc.
Ah.
Excuse me. Oh my God, it's these picks, man. They're tilting. The Tuesdays are not meant for this. Tuesdays are not meant for debates, as it is LeBlanc mid, so a little bit more burst assassination focus, and then the Gnar being grabbed up. That was another one of those options in the top side that is like it's a good blind pick, it's flat, it has good win conditions, and it can side lane and team fight fairly effectively, kind of like a Camille, but a little bit more measuring around the situation of your Rage Bar and having to manage that, and the traditional swap up. You know what goes with the Gnar? Well, technology, as Jace should be this lock-in here for University of Montreal.
I'm actually really enjoying this draft because it feels like we're seeing shades of what won Ryerson University in game 1 and shades of what won University of Montreal in game number 2. They're really trying to bring their best of their win conditions from those series.
For sure. Yeah, and it feels like sort of those initial strengths that they came into the series with, as well as some of the lessons learned, right? Of like, sure, the karma isn't great, but it's one of their comforts, it's one of their go-tos. And then we have like the Lee Sin, which is also in that same vein. Same thing goes for the Volibear and for the Ezreal. Those seem like they were a little bit more comfortable on that pickup in the bottom lane, even though I feel like it's not like the most fully effective bottom lane. They still worked it and they still ran with it very well. And then the changes into like the Ahri and a Volibear, where it's a switch up and it's more about dealing with the situation now in this series than it is with learning it and being comfortable with that champion. So I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to approach this game 3 as well once we get onto the Rift. But it is match point. Anyone can win this. It's do or die between Ryerson and UDM.
That is very correct, Cole. Match point here. Last game, last chance to show up. I'm going to throw it over to a break as we load into the Rift. Final game awaits. Ryerson University versus University of Montreal. We'll be right back. All right, final game of the day as we head into game number 3. 2 undefeated teams, 5-0 each. Ryerson University, University of Montreal. We hit the rift right now. Winner take all.
And these compositions that have been drafted up in Game 3 are the sort of amalgamation of both the comfort and knowledge of the players within themselves, as well as the adaptations that have been made throughout this series. Though it is only a best-of-3 series, so it's like, oh, only 2 games have made these changes, and it feels like the most traditional amongst them both, right? Like, they've tried something spicy, they've tried something a little bit risque, and it's like, all right, now that it's down to the wire, we got to go with some originality, you got to go with some more traditional focus as well, and try and find the best of both worlds. With that Karma Zeri bot lane being a little bit more creative with how that comfort with Potato God is, as we also look across the board with UDM, finding some comfort in their bottom lane, and in Blitz and Crank on this Volibear, who had a dominating performance on this bear just in the last game. We'll see if he's going to be able to replicate it, as he's going to be starting topside, but it is with Vision. They know that he's up here, they know it started, but at least they're going to be able to get some gold in their pocket for that intel.
We do have a good amount of great tools on the side of University of Montreal. Still have to respect that this is not going to be like that game number 1. This is going to be much more of a challenge where you have to be able to present yourself in this early game, because we were talking about it. The base damage on a lot of these champions that Ryerson University has taken can be very devastating, and they've shown in that game number 1 that they can calculate and be able to use it all at once to get someone off the map in record time.
That's a good trade there by FF Culture and Tapioca. Very much in favor of FF Culture to go ahead and win that bout. That's what the power of the Jace is for this. Punish the Gnar as much as possible when you are in that mini Gnar form, and then create some space once you see that Rage Bar wind up a little bit and make some shifts. And it's just a lot easier than it was like in the first game, where it's like, oh no, we're going to have to deal with the Akali, who's a little bit more about playing around the Shrouds and so on and so forth, and the like. But this time around, you know, more obvious tells to deal with your opponent, as we had a freeze frame to show that Hook was guaranteed 100% to hit, and a first blood already.
No, I don't even believe that was a DC. I believe this was our producer just wanting to style on this player right now, because that freeze frame right before the death sentence land was beautiful, but the Sonic Wave misses in the top lane. Scum Good try, man. Good try. Doesn't find it. We got action all across the rift, though, Coco. If I bring it out to the mid lane, as both of these mid laners get themselves around 200 health each.
It was like the record scratch is just, yep, that's me. You might have wondered how I got hit by this Threshold, but that's just a little bit of a VM on that end. But oh, nice flash there by FF Culture, or by Scum, excuse me, to try and get to the back end of FF Culture.
So
As they go ahead and dip out.
a good attempted flash. It doesn't get the flash out of FF Culture was the only sad thing there, but it is going to kick him out of lane. He does have teleports that can show up quite quickly, but here
Also
we go
correct.
again in the bottom end. RD Dangle trying to bring it to missed front. The Zeri pick getting a lot of pressure from Daystatic and RD Dangle.
True, as they're going to be able to get out just in time for that. Head on home. But Liz and Crank says, you know what, I know that top side is all gone away, so I'm going to go ahead and get these Krugs for free. Be able to find some additional gold, but oh, as a matter of fact, it's not for free. Haha, sucks for you. We have knowledge that you're down here. We're going to go ahead and try and push you away from that resource and check on the sort of that lane state as it is frozen out. They can sort of make that sacrifice, but unfortunately for them, they can only get a couple of those tiny little Krugs away. I'd say, yo, hit those. That's some gold there. That's free gold. That's like 13 gold.
CS difference right now. I mean, look what's going on. Triple the
Yeah,
CS.
seriously. Like, all right, man. I'm just tilted now. I'm just straight tilted. There was an obvious way to just get some gold, but here comes a gank coming in from Blitz and Crank, who is doing a performance right now. He's able to get out. Fine and dandy.
Easy walks out. Doesn't even realize there's a Lee Sin in his jungle that's stealing away his camps. Coming down is going to be Scum as he's looking to find a counter gank. Yeah, the ping is there. You already have the rotation from
Alright,
Potato
nice,
God.
nice.
Trying to return with the charm. Enigma low on mana. The rest, University of Montreal, not willing to take this chance. Don't have enough resources, and they know the impending doom that's coming from both sides of the river.
Yep, and they're going to go ahead and disengage. No problem there. Turning on out. Chase, parked up against this turret. Doesn't want to give over any kills while this Lee Sin of Scum is in the vicinity. And if I missed out, I'm in trouble. You're in a world of hurt here.
I've seen this one before. Teleport going to the bot lane. They're going to try and back up Missed Out, but yeah, it's going to be a long time before you get there, and Missed Out doesn't have that much time. He will fall as RD Dangle grabs his second kill of the game. Blitz and Crank, there's no wards on him. They have no idea he's in this area. Mantra Q will land onto RD Dangle. That's going to be enough to dissuade.
Yep, and they'll be able to force that away. And with that TP, that's a lot of time given over for FF Culture to go ahead and get some free gold for himself. But he's deciding to recall. Bro, he just TP'd down there, man. You know this intel. Get that turret plate, but he might just be a little scared that the Lee Sin was in the vicinity and didn't want to like really risk it and just wanted to crash a wave and go ahead and go back. But that's okay. You know what? He got turret. 2 kills onto your Ezreal. Dangle is doing great. So, fine and dandy for the first 6 minutes of the game. 2,000 gold lead is encroaching, but not there just yet.
So far, RD Dangle has been looking like a completely different player since he's hopped on this Ezreal. The Aphelios was just completely shut out in that game number 1, but now having the presence that they do, Daystatic and RD Dangle are working like a well-oiled machine to just stomp out Missed Out and Potato God.
See Thresh. Oh, hello, Thresh. Thresh knows you're there, Scum. You should be careful. He is with the Moby boots. Going to be sprinting towards your mid lane, trying to get some sense of control back into this mid lane. And it is going to be very difficult to gank this mid lane, both because Enigma, well, level 6 on the Ahri is going to just dodge away from a lot of the entrapments that Scum and Desperate are going to try. And same thing goes for Scum. If Scum jumps in with the distortion, it's pretty easy to just disengage, or to always have that on your back foot, because when you're playing with 2 assassins that are extremely mobile, you don't really want to use your dash or that sense of mobility before the other, and it just sort of becomes a mind game and sort of like almost like a Mexican standoff. It's just like, all right, who's gonna go first, and pull the dash forward to where the other gets that slight advantage. It's like, haha, I'm gonna be able to get that catch instead. And now back to this bottom lane, which has been action-packed nonstop for the past few minutes. We'll see if Scum can sort of turn this game back around, as at least Ryerson's ADC Missed Out has been able to recover some of that discrepancy in the CS department.
playing around the minions quite well as Enigma. I want to get caught out by ethereal chains. It would be a lot of damage and a good way to go back to the respawn a little bit earlier than you would want. The pressure applied into the bot lane from
Third plate.
UDM. They grab another tower plate. Even an auto onto Missed Out. He's going to eat a True Shot Barrage, falling to 300 health. A lot of pressure into this lane as the recall comes out from Scum.
And that's even better for UDM being able to hit those targets on with the Ezreal ultimate, because you're forcing that recall. You're hard pushing the wave, trying to make it crash, so you have some comfort to either A, dive, or B, hit that reset button, go back, cash in on some items, and wait for the rest. But thinking of cashing in here, dive, Tapioca is forced to flash away from Blitzcrank, who just disabled that turret with the Call of the Storm, or the Storm God. Maybe
Oh, actually, Tapioca didn't
away.
even burn flash there. He got the double
was it
bounce.
just... It was the flash from Blitzcrank, my bad.
Yeah.
It was that jump in. These flashes are just back and forth. Trying to find those aggressions, trying to make the jump. You don't need to flash there. I think it was just for the stun, but that hop came in just in time. Ooh, that was nice, Scum. That was to the name, I'd have to say, being able to just slide in there and take that scuttle, but this is looking bad news for UDM. They need to get out, Scum.
Oh, beautiful Dragon's Rage locks down poor NA as FF Culture. His life is now FF as Tapioca takes him down, and Scuttle will be picked up by Ryerson University.
That is a great way to get your team back into this game, and Desper actually might be able to solo Enigma here. Doesn't force any flashes and does have the Ignite available to try and look for something, but Blitzcrank being on that ward, seeing the bear hiding in the brushes, he's going to call that one off. Call it good for now. The TP from FF Culture is going to stop any more advances from Ryerson University. Try and get more than they are rewarded for. Game going pretty even, but Missed Out. I'm seeing some bad news here for Missed Out. This feels very familiar to the first series that we had, where 132 was also receiving just all of the attention from the opponent team. Just not having fun, but Tapioca, there's no Meganar available for this. He's in deep trouble.
He still has his jump, and now Scum will join. The flash that he was able to save earlier will keep him alive. Scum showing up to the fray. There'll be a retreat coming out from Day Static and FF Culture. Still a little bit more damage coming out from those shot glasses. Going to force him away. No teleport available. See if they continue putting pressure here. You don't have much jungle pressure here, so Tapioca can try and prolong this a little more to make sure he doesn't miss that minion wave.
And just looking at timers right now, Tapioca's TP is probably going to be up in the next 45 seconds to a minute here. Just to see if he can freeze that wave out. He's actually going to decide to recall and call it good. Oh, nope, say psych right now. He probably just looked up and was like, you know what, I can stay a little while longer. I have the, TP's going to be up soon. I can catch this wave, go back, grab the TP, jump back in. And Dragon spawns in 10 seconds. So it's more about seeing where you can use that TP now, seeing if you can TP to the bottom lane and sort of have that additional dragon. But Blitzcrank is saying, I need mid pressure to see if I can take this Hextech Drake for UDM. Trying to win that over with the assistance of Enigma, as Day Static doing a phenomenal job on this Boots of Mobility Thresh to get that vision control and get some priority for his team.
Still Scum on the other side of the Dragon Pit will attempt to make a steal. I believe the Dragon's being leashed out now. Yes, it does. The Scum jumps over the
Smite
wall.
ward.
Dangle getting some shots onto it, but it is smited away by Scum. This might be the engage from UDM, as out comes the charm. Enigma lands it on the Desperate, but Desperate distortion over the wall. Scum going to take a Sonic Wave Resonant Strike towards a minion and towards his tower. No engage to come out of UDM, but goodness gracious, that was a good little steal.
Yep, and with that, they're able to buy themselves some more time with that dragon being taken one dragon apiece, and it will be Ocean Soul for this final match point between Université de Montréal and Ryerson University, which means the beefiness, the front lines of these teams, very nice trying to get that soul point. But Desperate, he found the hook, he found the chain. This might just be death for Enigma.
Oh, just barely able to Spirit Rush in time. Only a second separating that Sonic Wave from landing onto Enigma and ending the life of the Ahri. It's going to send Enigma back. Enigma still has teleport, but the Rift Herald is now down, and they're looking to take this tower.
Yeah, they're not going to take the tower. They're just going to get plates here because it's 90 seconds until those turret plates fall, and you need to use that Herald as soon as possible to try and cash in on anything before it expired. They get some gold, they get some pressure, and with that reset, just a little bit more confidence in their team. They're still 2k gold down, but you're like, all right, well, where is that 2,000 gold? Well, it's sitting on top of this Ezreal here, Dangle, who just got his back canceled. He has no mana. This might just be a kill.
Oh, he has to use his flash. Ultimate comes out, going after RD Dangle, trying to land it, but just out of range. RD Dangle will stay alive, but that was close there, just barely getting away. It's going to be a lot of time wasted for RD Dangle. That's going to force him to stay into lane.
And you have no mana, though. This is just... if I was Scum right now, I'd be like, yo, this bot lane looks pretty nice. The only warding presence, though, is Daystatic is full health, full mana, and does have that Ignite and Box up to push away any kind of dive or advances. So it's going to be back to this mid lane. Desper gets charmed, but nice kick.
Oh, Spirit Rush is on cooldown. You still have Flash, but too mobile is this duo. They will hunt down Enigma. Scum being able to grab that kill.
Yeah, and it goes without a death being exchanged. Desper stays alive. No Ignite was used on Enigma because, well, he doesn't have one. He's got the TP, so that aggressive trade is not available. But the Ignite also from Desper having to be exhausted in an earlier fight means that kill security at least goes over to Scum, who honestly I feel needs it. He needs that extra boost just to cash in, get that Gore Drinker, and now with this Lee Sin who's been able to catch up with the Mythic cash in against Blitz and Craig's Volibear, and say, alright, I'm a little bit more confident to try and look for these longer extended trades. Our team can start to have more of an aggressive front to back. We can find those pinches here. And if I'm looking at how these turrets are going to be falling shortly, RD Dangle and Daystatic, I'm totally fine with saying, you know what? Leave Dangle in this bottom lane. Thresh, start rotating somewhere else. What the heck had happened top lane? Tapioca! He's playing Berserker mode now.
I have no idea. We just barely go up there and we see a very hungry Meganar tearing apart this poor Jace.
Bye-bye.
He's down. There's no teleport available. It's going to be the long way home, and Tapioca, you get some intimate time with this tower.
Yeah, alrighty. Well, yeah, that... I guess you just get summited right there, right? Like, you just... It's a counter pick? Nah, I'm just going to win this lane anyways. Don't worry about it. And I'm going to grab this turret as well if I can. He's trying to push for it. Baby Nard does not do as much damage as you would hope so, but we're back to the mid lane, somewhere that Scum has been providing a lot of attention to. Means, well, UDM wants to answer in kind.
Only the Orb of Deception coming out. Can't get the charm onto Desper. Taking a very, very sharp route to get away from that. It's still the inside track going over to University of Montreal while the Rift Herald is up. They get priority on that. They get vision in that area. Daystatic is there to threaten with the death sentence. So only grabbing your jungle resources and leaving that area alone is going to be a play for Ryerson University. Rift Herald over to UDM.
This Rift Herald will be used most likely for either top or mid lane pressure to cash in on some turrets and prepare for the oncoming storm that will be this Ocean Dragon spawning in 35 seconds. I'd be looking to use it mid lane for sure, and to grant yourself some extra vision control as well. FF Culture had already gotten that tier 1 turret in the top side of the map, so yeah, don't need to use top. Nice flash from Tapioca. He says, I got this kill. Hull Breaker easy.
Oh, slammed into the wall. Goodbye, FF Culture. Another one going down. It's his third death of the game. Kill number 3 for Tapioca. This has been a dominant lane, and what you said earlier was supposed to be a counter pick in favor of FF Culture.
Yeah, but just a smidgen. But you know, those hull breakers for Nar doing some work here. Being able to get that kill, especially with the fleet footwork, you get that additional chase. But that means that both of these solo laners gonna be providing very different kinds of impacts when it comes down to these team fights. Tapioca has now gotten very, very beefy and can also poke well with the Boomerang while in Mininar form. But he needs to make sure they can get to that Meganar once it comes down the team fight. It might just fight over this dragon. Oh, he steals it!
Blitz and Craig jumps in, takes a bite out of the dragon, takes a bite out of Ryerson University. RD Dangle on the flank, chasing him down. FF Culture looks for missed out, has to back off. He's only threatening the ADC to make sure he does not have a presence in this fight. As UDM take 3, they take the Drake, and they're looking to take more.
And with this Herald making a second crash, they could look for the second tier turret in the mid lane. There's a lot of low health bars here on Ryerson University that need to retreat, get back to base, heal up, and get back to the defenses as fast as possible. But with that massive steal, throwing Ryerson University completely off of their chassis, you're going to lose not just the dragon, not just some lives, but also their entire jungle camps as well, minus some of the buffs that are still respawning, which means that this gold lead, which was just around 2.5, 3,000, is now going to accelerate to a 6,000 gold differential between these teams after the cash-ins, because not only did they just take their camps, if you look at the mini-map there, there's a lot of camps on their side as well that they can take, but oh, that hook just missing means that that life also gets spared by Scum, not giving over any extra gold there for a moment's time.
I feel the tension here. Ryerson University, they feel the tension as well. They're constantly trying to make plays. They're trying to find these assassinations. A lot of this has played off both Scum and Desper towards this mid lane, trying to focus down Enigma. It was mildly successful, though. Only getting one real kill onto him, the rest just burning resources and constantly kicking out of lane. It wasn't enough, though. Still, a CS lead goes over to Enigma as he's alive in this game.
Yeah, but it's a minor CS lead. It's more of what I'm looking at is it's the battle between Tapioca and Dangle at the moment. Tapioca, the 3, and Nar at the beginning of that dragon fight comes in, doesn't have the Mega Gnar to try and transform, loses his life, and is now sort of on a back foot with the Hull Breaker having to sort of manage sideways, which are now being addressed very well by the Ezreal and Jace situations, that they can just clear the ways fairly quickly, and then you have to worry about controlling your vision within the jungles to not get flanked by a bear and a fox demon while they try and hunt for you, as well as, you know, Thresh, you know, Shadow Demon trying to constantly take your souls while you're not looking. And you don't have the wave clear to answer. LeBlanc can't clear. Zeri's going to struggle with it. Karma can help, but isn't an AP build to try and isolate it out. So they're really going to try and struggle in the 4v4s. Tapioca is trying to wrestle back a lead in the side lane.
Wow, just going into the face of FF Culture. Again, 3-1-0. A lot of these have been solo kills onto FF Culture. FF Culture might want to look to just take the recall right here. If Tapioca gets a bounce and is able to land it onto a minion, he can close a lot of distance. He can go off those minions right now, but he knows what the priority is. He's going to go after the tower and just back out in case anyone's responding to him. Response is going over in the top lane. Now looking for the engage. Scum gets charmed out and dropped by Enigma. The teleport comes in from Tapioca, but there's no Mega Gnar yet. No way to find a re-engage, at least not for now. That bar is building, and we do have the movement speed of Potato, but over the wall, Enigma with the charm takes a good chunk out of Ryerson University. Now Tapioca has the Mega Gnar, trying to be the front line that Ryerson University need to be able to survive any more forward engagements from UDM, but they're happy right now. They got what they wanted. They got the kills. They got Scum off the map, and they get a good inside track right over to that Baron.
Now, the only question for me right now is UDM tanky enough? Do they have the durability to take this Baron? I see him doing it on the minimap right now. Desper is going to answer FF Culture in the side lane. See if he can force him away. That's a pretty squishy LeBlanc, so the Jace can actually fight blow for blow here in this matchup. That Baron down to just under 3,000 health here. No one is smelling it out. Once again, it's that vision control that UDM has been able to acquire with Day Static and Blitzcrank. They're able to take this objective with ease. Now they've gotten themselves a power play for just about 3 minutes. They can hit that reset button, cash in on some additional camps that are still up and running at this time. And then look at this dragon in 30 seconds. Rotate that vision control that they had dominating the top quadrants of the map, and then go ahead and apply it around this dragon for that soul coin retention.
Teleporting towards the mid lane. UDM now having that Baron. Setting up one more reset coming out of Blitzcrank. Just taking a recall a moment ago, looking to get those final items before this dragon fight breaks out that they're looking for a contest for, but there's the death sentence, almost lands on the Scam Ethereal Chains, doing some work on today's static, but ooh, that shock blast, and oh, that distortion. Ooh. A lot of pain, a lot of chip damage. Looking to just slowly wear each other down before the fight even breaks out. Now the Ethereal Chains look to go on to Blitzcrank, who gets rooted. The teleport comes through. 5 strong will be UDM as they advance into the jungle of Ryerson University. Orb Deception does not land onto too much. Charm gonna go wide as the distortion of the wall keeps Desper alive. But this is all that was wanted from UDM as they get the death sentence onto Scum, so he can't even get a smite still. This Drake rightfully belongs to the University of Montreal.
That will be soul point for UDM as they are going to be chasing down Desper. All he has is the flash now. If they continue to that advance, They'll hold back for now. They still got that Baron power play for 90 more seconds. They've got a lot of time to kill. They could possibly look for an inhibitor here. There's not that much wave clear, like I mentioned, available for Ryerson University. So even though we're watching Gnar here go blow for blow, two big white burly boys all furried up, it's a bear brawl at the moment, but without the grizzly bear puns, it's all about the inhibitor in the bottom lane here that's going to be taken for free. No signs of contest as Scum hunting for some kind of kick, but he doesn't have the team to back him up.
This is a very intense wet noodle fight going over in this mid lane, as the rest of UDM do get that inhibitor and do get out of dodge, sitting in a prime position. Look to start closing this out. They still got a quarter of a timer left on the Baron as Desper walks right over to FF Culture, surrounded in enemy territory. Ryerson will take him down, and that's going to alleviate a little bit for Ryerson University grabbing that pick.
Everyone's looking at FF Culture being way overextended, but I'm looking at the fact that he almost one-shot Desper with a rotation of the melee hammer from Jace. And he's 0-4. Like, that is a big Jace there, just ripping apart the LeBlanc, and that's how difficult LeBlanc is to play when you are behind like this. When you don't have kills to get your damage accelerated earlier on, you're 24 minutes in, all you've got is the Luden's Tempest for your item. And that's a beefy frontline you have to tolerate as well. And Enigma is playing a much more beefier Ahri as well. Like Shadow Flame plus Everfrost, that's an additional 600 HP, or around 500 HP, excuse me, to sort of burn through. And you don't have that capability to do just that on Desper yet for LeBlanc. And you're going to have to play against a tanky Dangle too, who's 5-0 on Ezreal. He's going to be tanky. Really, the squishiest you can deal with is probably Enigma. And I just previously stated how it's going to be difficult to get a lock onto this Ahri as a LeBlanc. You need to be prioritizing some higher damage output as well. But back onto UDM side, how do they continue winning this game? Well, they're doing a good job at the moment. They've got that side wave on the bottom lane, pushing in the super minions, so that means you only need to prioritize 2 lanes. Dangle kind of messes up on that E, but that's okay. He gets out with his life, which means they can continue using this pressure. Looking into mid, making sure that it continuously bounces, so that they can use it to make sure that it's a 4v5 situation when they take this top turret.
Tell the name of the game of Ryerson at this stage is to try and get these picks, try and find UDM separated, destroy anyone they can get. It's not the easiest one to pull off when you have as much mobility as UDM has with the Spirit Rush and Arcane Shift. Can't really lock down these high-value targets, and now Dead Sentence over the wall getting a little bit close there as the siege is continued. Super minions in the bot lane, UDM at the top.
Still don't have a Zeri here, but Flash Gnar!
Gnar! The CC was beautiful for Ryerson, but it's not enough as Blitz and Crank will maul Ryerson University right back into their base. The siege looking to begin from UDM.
And the squishiest target on UDM does fall. Enigma loses his life, but like you said, the health bars of UDM are just too much, too big to deal with the very low lack of damage that the rest of Ryerson University has. We didn't have Zeri there to try and shred through anybody. Doesn't even have the items to shred through just yet. Only the Trinity Force, not even the Tiamat just yet. Had that available, but not the Titanic Hydra as it is, excuse me, to try and shred through multiple members at a time. He's going to back away. They're not going to try and bite off more than they can shoot. They saw how that happened in Game 1 when they tried a little bit more of a risky composition. They check their timers, they hit those tabs, and they say, hey, look, we've got 40 seconds until that Dragon Soul is taken. Ocean Dragon will be available for us. Let's make sure that we have this objective in our favor, so then this once difficult to kill composition of University of Montreal is now almost impossible to take down.
Still having missed out over on this bottom side, trying to farm up, but goodness gracious, look at the CS diff between these two marksmen. RD Dangle is really doing well at this state of the game, 27 minutes into this, and so are the rest of UDM as they get closer and closer to that 10k gold lead point. It has been a dominating game number 3 as they just slowly tear away from Ryerson University on any play they made as we ended up on the later stages of the mid game now, setting up for this Drake. The teleport's coming out from Ryerson University as Death is going to land.
geez.
They're going right after Scum. Nay, Static takes him down. The hammer is dropped and the Mystic Shot follows Tapioca. He will not fall. The same cap piece set for Esper. And Blitz and Crank slams on in. Enigma grabs one. It's going to be another one picked up by RD Tangle. And with 4 down, only Tapioca to defend. This series is done and dusted. University of Montreal going to take game number 3.
And it was a Hail Mary play for Ryerson University to try and come in and challenge that Ocean Soul, but it did not matter. They did not have the resources or the vision available to try and wiggle their way into the defenses of Montreal. They get caught in the trap and they get dragged down into the gray screen hell. It is University of Montreal losing game 1, but coming back with a powerful performance in game 2 and 3.
Love to see it, Cole. You love to see it. The adaptions were there. UDM. It was a hard-fought series, but man, they brought it back. And a lot of respect to them. It was a little bit of trial and error that we saw with the game number 1. They adapted the draft. We saw adaptions come out of Ryerson as well. We saw them at their best in that game number 3. But UDM, what their best brought was too much for Ryerson to handle.
Very true, and it comes down to that situation of how much you're able to learn and adapt on the fly when it comes down to these series performance, when it comes down to multiple games against the same opponent, and the University of Montreal were able to find some of those weak points. And it's very interesting on how they did it, because the first game, Ryerson University had a dominant performance, only gave 3 kills over to Montreal, which doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room to figure out the vulnerabilities of your opponent, but it was more about finding sort of the lessons within themselves of saying, all right, well, we need to have X, Y, and Z. We need to have that frontline composition. We need a little bit more of an aggressive team fighting jungler in Blitz and Crank on the Volibear instead of the Jarvan that gives more of that security to give our laners confidence. And that was really the weak point that we saw in game 1, where there wasn't a lot of that priority, that capability to make plays on those laners. But with this time now, and again, with the lessons that they'd learned, they were able to come out with that victory in the series.
So we now have an interview with one of the winners of that series, and that is going to be Blitz and Crank. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm loving the shades, brother. I'm absolutely loving them. I gotta say, I gotta say that game number 1 was a brutal defeat, and a lot of teams it could be very demoralizing for them. I want you to walk me through what it was like shaking that off to bring back such very convincing victories in that comeback series.
I guess mainly I think draft was we were playing against for team fights, but we struggled getting early kills. I think with the G4, I was playing G4 against Poppy is always hard to get those kills. Yeah, so a rough one in the first game. I think maybe draft we could have changed the draft a little. I was thinking about maybe changing the last pick we had on Akali against Poppy. We struggled to play around that early because we had planned to play for top side early and we did not execute that well. So for sure this was our mistake, but we stayed focused. We know that we can. We played more comfort, I guess. Say on the second and third game, we got our main champions. I think Ezreal on Donger was like one of the main key to winning these games. And yeah, we played. I think we played it. I think Volibear is quite a strong champion as well. For my part, I love this champion and I love what he can do, fast clear and everything. And I think I guess we played it as a team for the second and third game with stronger picks and maybe executing the team a little bit better.
Right. Well, and with a lot of that information just being dumped on us with sort of how you work with the thought process of going through the draft and seeing what's comfortable with your team, how has sort of the ecosystem been within the school program in itself? How has like the School of University of Montreal been with you guys with either helping you out, or is it more of just a players take care of players situation over there?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of a players take care of ourselves. We don't have any jersey. We don't have any room to play us five, but we do have gladly we do have a lot of a Discord server with a lot of League of Legends player. We actually have like 5 or 6 teams, so we have a lot of people that want to play and actually good players. So it's fun to have that. So we kind of have this community, but we don't have the management and everything yet. Although I think maybe if we perform well this year, we'll be able to convince our school to maybe invest more in esport and especially in the League of Legends team.
All right, I got a little bit of a two-pronged question here because names are always fun when it comes to League of Legends and talking about them in interviews. Blitz and Crank, obviously, this kind of refers to you being a Blitz Crank one trick. You are in the jungle. My first question: you ever plan to play in the jungle? Give us a little something spicy someday out of that. And second question: is there any additional story behind that name?
Well, not really. Honestly, it's funny because I actually enjoyed playing Blitzcrank randomly. I kind of played one game of Blitzcrank and then became addicted to how easy you can actually solo carry games just by landing this one hook. Like it's all you're asked is to land those hooks, and if you can do it, then you can win a lot of games. Obviously, there's some macro and because you're still playing support, but it's all about landing this Q. And I like the champion itself. I like the his quotes and everything, especially the Blitz and Crank skin that I've enjoyed recently. So yeah, I've been playing a lot of Blitzcrank, but I am a jungle main. I used to be a jungle main, so I can still play jungle whenever it's time. And I do practice a little bit jungle more recently, especially being with this team and seeing that we can perform. I have to do my job and practice the jungle and not come out clueless and first timing champion in those games. So yeah, I am playing a lot of Blitzcrank in solo queue, but still enjoying playing jungle when I have to.
True. The mask comes off, Eric. Unfortunately, our Blitz and Crank jungle dreams are gonna have to wait a little
Oh
bit
yeah,
longer.
for the
but
jungle, yeah, I'm not sure about the Blitz.
Yeah.
I've tried it and it's hard. It's pretty hard.
yeah, it's tough. But with that, you guys were able to come out with a grueling victory with this best of 3 victory for you guys over Ryerson University. But before we let you go and get some well-deserved rest, any shout-outs or commentation for you or the rest of the fans out there for University of Montreal and yourself?
I mean, I guess shout out goes to all the whole community, the whole League of Legends community we have at University of Montreal. That's honestly like is getting more and more active. We're starting to get a Twitch channel, get some content, promote the teams, promote the events we're doing, the tournaments. So shout out to all that because it's basically all students doing it, kind of for free as a like benevol. How do you say it? You guys say that when it's like you're just doing it for fun and I guess just for the community.
Kind of
So
like
I
a
guess
passion.
I gotta give it back to them because they're doing a
Yeah.
great job and it's nice to see it grow inside the university.
That's so beautiful to hear someone who appreciates the community like that. We want to thank you so much for joining us on this interview, and congratulations again on staying undefeated.
Thank you very much. Great cast for you guys. Honestly, I love. I've never actually seen you guys cast it. I've always played the league and never saw you guys cast, and it was pretty fun to see from what I saw. And yeah, I'll be back for sure.
I appreciate that.
Awesome.
Appreciate that so much. Oh man,
He's got us blushing, man. We're
Yeah,
all redded up here, man.
You're gonna
Unfortunately,
hide my face and everything.
well, it as it is, but that does mean our night is all wrapped up. We've checked in with our northern brethren up in Canada in our northeast region, and unfortunately, we will have to say goodnight to them and the rest of NACE Starleague's League of Legends action. But that doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet for NACE Starleague action, though, right, Eric?
Not at all. As we take a look at the schedule, today was Tuesday, League of Legends just unfolding. Call of Duty on Wednesdays. Join us on Friday for CSGO, and then, of course, Mondays with Rocket League and Overwatch. But for the casting desk, my name is Eric Desirux Beltran. Joining me was Cole, Coco the Dragon Dambly. I want to thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time here on NACE Starleague.